Hi everyone, hello. The ads, I play them before the, on the break screen. Let me make sure the audio, okay, that's good. I play them before it even starts just to make sure we don't get interrupted when we get to this time, and then bam, you get hit with ads. But welcome in, Emily Witcher. Welcome in. First time I've seen that name, but hi, Jack. Welcome. How well have your week's been? Well, how has your week been? Let me rephrase that. My week has been. I can certainly say that. I'm glad I'm here though. I've had a terrible headache the last few days, so I wasn't sure. Today, I sleep too. Oh man. But I'm feeling better now. That's what matters. And the best part is I did some work off of stream, so I'm excited to show that to you too. As it wasn't everything I wanted to get done, but it's enough that I can say it was good. And hi, Eska. Welcome to stream. Welcome. I have my note card here, so I am prepared. And hi, Era. Welcome back in. I'm excited for today. I'm hoping we can finish up what we need to and then start on additional things, but we'll see. I definitely did do some idea changes, so we'll see. And hi, Preston, and good afternoon. What do you do when you're not streaming that is causing all of these things? I'm just a very sickly person in general, Preston. just in general. So I happen to come down with things very quickly, very often, which is why I decided to start streaming and to start making videos, things of that nature, since I can more or less do it on my own time compared to getting like a office job and needing to be there from 9 to 5, and I'm dying. Oh, there we go. We're good. And Ayers is surviving. That's how it is. And she hopefully keeps succeeding with that in the future. Yeah. Fingers crossed. I at one point want to add another day to streaming. However, considering my current track record, I'm not too sure that'll be the case. I'm thinking Thursday. However, maybe Wednesday could be nice too. And it's like stream, survive 4x, back to streaming, yeah. That about covers it, yeah. Once streaming is done on Sunday, I then have to spend the next like 4 days. Is it 4 days? 4, 5, 6, 4 days recuperating. And it's back to the grind. Oh man, I know next month, right? I think is next August. So it'll be the anniversary, and there's some videos I want to get out before then on YouTube. However, the issue with trying to do YouTube streaming and game dev is that all of these things mean that I have to spend my time elsewhere. And then if I want to learn music, if I want to learn programming, if I want to learn a lot of things. And oh, I thought the mouse was visible. We're good. We're a-okay. And okay. So your insert's like 80 years old like mine. Oh yeah. I wake up and my bones get creaky. I gotta move. And my body decides, you know what? That's wrong. Don't do that. And then I hear about it for the next few days. And it's tough being allergic to nature. I hope you don't share the pain of living near a forest. The outer wild, the outer space. Why do you think I stay inside? It's scary out there with all the bugs and the and the bees. The only time to be outside is fall and winter, when those creatures aren't there to spook ya. And hashtag complex math 7 ways 3. I'm still waking up. I like I said, my sleep, it was. So I'm running on like a few hours, but I'm running. That's the important part. You gotta add WD-40 to your coffee for the bone issue. WD-40. Never heard of that. Right now I'm trying lion's mane, so we'll see how that goes. And hi, Venus. Welcome. Hold on. I'm curious about this WD-40, so I'll put that in. Oh! I see! Oh man, and I just heard someone call Blender's node workflow shader spaghetti. Huh, I don't know too much about Blender, so I can't protest. I have to take your word, WD-40. I'm not a machine. And let's see, every time I get out of bed, I go to shake the dust from my wrinkles. That makes me sound like a pug. And so many people here, I have the thing turned off, so I am just seeing the names that pop up. But welcome in, everyone. That timer is done timering, so we'll get into things right away, as I'm excited. Today, we've been doing this for the last few weeks, I believe, but I'm hoping either today or during this week, I will complete this bookshelf you can see up there. So we'll see. I will recap what I've done over the week, what we've been doing, and before that, we'll do the elevator pitch, and then we'll get right into things. And yay, 4 more hours bookshelf. Technically, no. Today we're working on tables, but it's still on the bookshelf idea. I'll show you what I mean when we get there. Don't you worry, but just stick tight, stay right there, don't move, all right? Thanks, but I prefer pastry. Off to a horrible start. And then leech off the excess energy. See how it is. And hi, Jack. Welcome in. And hi, how you doing? And hi, Louie. Welcome in as well. And yeah, come here often. Couldn't help but notice, you're here, I'm here. We're kind of all just here, aren't we? At this elevatory place that is here for some reason. It's just you and me and you and me and the elevators, no doors, no windows, no stairs. It really is, you have no tools. And since you have some time on your hands and you're waiting for the elevators, and by the way, I'm not blocking the road. Oh, I'm also dying a little bit. I'm not blocking the road. However, before I let you pass, you must listen to my woes. So, welcome to the elevator pitch. It is... Oh, for a second, I thought my microphone wasn't working again. Oh. Welcome to the elevator pitch, a section I like to do at the beginning of these game dev streams. I spend 1 minute getting you caught up with what I'm doing with my game. If you haven't been here before, let you know what I'm trying to do. If you haven't been here in a second, get you caught back up on where you last left off and give me a chance to try to explain what's going down in a few words. And take my wallet and don't hurt me. I would never. I am a pacifist. And what is that game? I'm sure you're questioning right now. Well, that game is no other than, and I can't find the slide. Oh no, slide. Hold on, is this it? No, that's not it. Slide, yeah. Necrotype Cafe. An elevator pitch is the office, but in the office, but it's actually you're throwing baseballs at people, getting off the elevator saying, play my game. Again, I am a peaceful person. And you should voice act. I hope to at least do some real sin. We'll see. Could have been an Adventure Time character. Oh my. So the name of the game is, once that timer, so this guy here, got 1 minute to try to pitch my game to you. And today, I brought flashcards. I am prepared. We'll see. And just imagine she does cry, but in the distance you hear the giggle. She would make a great... Hold on now! Oh my! And she's going to get us into her parent scream. No, I would never. And hi, Mr. Big. Welcome in. Welcome, Mr. Rudy. And hiding from the police, but wonder why the ceiling keeps laughing. I am the ultimate authority as a princess. The ceiling or the police can't contain me. Saying that. Time. You ready? Okay, I'm good. And let's Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer who's sent by her necromancy family to this prestigious wizard academy, but she doesn't want to go there to become a necromancer. She wants to become a baker, a chef, so she decides to spend the whole semester attempting to prove this to her family by creating a bakery, a cafe right in a private area of the school. The idea is that it is a rhythm typing cafe game, so the cafe comes into place by serving customers, but the question is, how do you serve customers? You have to create dishes, and you do this with magic. Magic in this world works very differently in the fact that you have to speak it aloud to summon it into existence, and you do this by making poems. And to make poems in the game, you have to type to the beat. You have to type out poetry, and the idea is that you'll have to go back and forth between serving customers, serving customers, and going between. Oh no! Serving customers, going back and forth, and the idea is that I already said that. Oh no! Okay, so any questions? And hi, Kaleidoscope. welcome in. And I love how the lore part changes every week. That's improvement. You know, it is a thing. And hi, Shadow. Welcome in. And yes, I made it into the time on elevator. See, people are excited for this elevator portion. It is not help. Oh no, we're trapped here. It is, I am excited to hear what you have to offer. I am sold. But if for whatever reason you happen to not be sold by this wonderful game idea, I understand and I accept it. Let me then attempt to persuade you in other ways. But first, let me get off this business suit, since this is no longer business. We're talking programming. Let me go ahead and do that button there. Get the suit off. And then I can go ahead and grab Bobby. And then I will slide you over into Obsidian. Not even your model want to participate in the pitch. I feel like there is some other force saying, no, you will not pitch. And that was pretty good for the most part. I feel like it's the beginning and middle portions I'm good at, but it's the last portions. Usually they say when you do a pitch, it's good to end on a good note and start on a good note. That's usually what people remember. However, I think I'm good at the beginning. The end needs work. I think next time around, I'm looking at these notes here. Next time around, I'm going to have to try to maybe structure it a little bit better, maybe even rehearse it a bit more. Usually I do these off the top of the mind, but maybe a little bit more rehearsing is in order. Since usually when people give elevator pitches, they usually do rehearse it, right? So maybe next time I've got a week of preparation. So let's see. Saying that, let me scroll this back up and make sure I didn't miss anyone. Let's see. The crime part. Let's see. Money taken. And I did do that, and I can see it. Air's doing your queen voice from Deltarune, then doing some shenanigans, escaping with a giggle in the distance. Perfect. I am really lagging today. It's been raining recently. So you'll have to excuse that it's not something I can quite control. The internet has been going in and out. So hopefully it cooperates today. Perfect villain recipe, basically an Air's villain elevator pitch.
Shoplogama0 just followed.
I do love doing the high and haughty voice. It's very fun. And let me get that name. Hold your horses. And oh, there we go. Is it Chocolate Gamer? Is that how you say it? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in to a wonderful 10 out of 10 elevator pitches. And do a backflip at the end. It'll be unforgettable. Easy. Let me go ahead and hello. Welcome in. Let me go ahead and do Necrotype. That should bring up the game. Currently, there is a prototype out on itch. Currently, said prototype is buggy. So you have been warned. However, I'll show you the part that does work. The tutorial. Well, you can go to that link there and give it a try for yourself and tell me how you feel about this well-balanced game. And I joined just as you wrapped up the pitch. Tragic. There's always next time, but I do appreciate your excitement. Hold on. Nicodemer? I believe I've read that name before. Welcome in. And out turns the pitch into a rhyme. You were so good at last week. We don't talk about last week. Let me go ahead and open up my Obsidian. Click on run game here. I can, let's see. Go ahead and mute you, music. No longer do we need the music, we need Obsidian. I can go ahead and hide you, mute you. There we are. Make a big screen so that the whole guy appears. Necrotype's buggy. What a surprise. It is a work in progress, and I did read that. Good, good. Let's see. Now the music, I believe, is not audible, so I have to click that button. Now you should be able to hear me and the game. The process must be trusted. So what I can go ahead and do is calibrate up the game. So let me go ahead, go here, click on start, hit, 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 calibration done. And now the game. So as I said before, for some odd reason, well, no, I know the reason, but I'm just going to show you so you know that I know. Exhibit A. The customers are working, they're just blinking, and they're working, I assure you. They just get a little quirky. So what I'll do is I'll press escape and we'll go through the tutorial. As they, I created a new wizard, the tutorial guy, this little guy here. He works perfectly, but in making him, I broke the customers. And just Nico, got ya, it's fine. You also did struggle. I see, and hold on, my throat. Want me click? We're good to go. I've got some tea here too, and yep. Takes me a bit to get the names right, but eventually. Good to know I remembered though, at the very least. So what we can do is grab this customer, have this customer get seated somewhere, decide where they want to sit at. They should sit here because the icon is here. However, they're sitting here, which suggests that they're sitting here. You know what? Another on the to-do list, but it has the right feel. And no, it's a new idea for a restaurant. It's a dance and dine. They are dancing towards the tables. Yes. Yeah. Great excuse. If I go ahead and take the customer's order, you can see a few icons appear. And, well, currently there's not much in the process, so I've got no choice. There's always a choice. You can see here, there's pink, purple, and an icon, and these represent the different flavors and different ingredients and food in the game. So the hope is that, as the game progresses, more flavors and dishes will be unlocked, and each flavor is linked to a type of wizard. So for example, I'm going to create a cryomancer, so your ice wizards, and they're going to have a minty flavor. For your pyromancers, your fire wizards are going to have a spicy flavor. This guy here, they're a tutorimancer, so they're like what would you call it? A construct, a wooden construct. So they just want something basic. They want a sweet, bitter cake, as it's pink, purple, and then cake. And the problem online, I'm thinking it might be as what was I gonna say? It's working fine on the Godot version. However, on the web, so something to do with the website. I don't know. It's been having problems, but we'll see. I'm hoping to see if I can figure out the issues. And also have a dev question. So it seems like many small devs figure out things on their own, but a lot of the problems that come up aren't new problems. Why don't or can't you find code that solves the problem online? The issue is a lot of the times there is a lot of information out there to look up when you're having a problem. The issue comes into play is that Godot is in my throat, really. Hold on, let me clear it again. Let's see the button. Okay, we're good. The issue is that because Godot's so young, a lot of the problems people are running into, they haven't been solved by like 10-year-old questions you can find on Reddit. Which is the issue, because if it's like Unity or Unreal, it's probably been solved. Because Godot's newer and younger, there's not a lot of places you can go to for answers. There's not a lot of tutorials out there. There's some, but for specific things, it becomes a little bit harder to figure out. For example, the calibration in my game, I struggled to figure out. I reached out to, I don't think Reddit, but I reached out to some Godot forums. I reached out to some Godot servers to see if people had suggestions, but I couldn't really get any answers. However, I just happened to raid
Con was subscribed on YouTube.
That name didn't pop up. It is not working functionally properly. Let me get that name. But it's that thing of right now, because Godot's so small, there's not a lot of stuff out there. So I'm hoping by doing Godot and other people doing Godot, eventually over the years we'll amass this large amount of resources. And the name was Crone, so thank you for the subscription on YouTube, and welcome in. And also Godot keeps updating, so old code, yep, for example, there's a lot of games, or there's a lot of tutorials that are for Godot 3.0, And those tutorials don't work for Godot 4.0. And 4.0 was updated, I think, a year or two ago. So a lot of the tutorials that were functional are now not functional just because of how recent it is. And while the problems are solved around already most of the time, the unique patchwork of the project/game you're working on makes it hard to just insert random code. Yeah, and it's nice to Google and get the gist of a solution, but implementation is always quite unique with what you work on. And also, it's fun to figure out the problems on its own, at least for me. Yeah, I do enjoy it. I enjoy trying to figure it out. And hi, Kazuhara, welcome in. And functionally, properly. That's very definite. I'll use that. I feel like that was very redundant. So to complete the customer order sounds frustrating a little bit, but it comes with the territory, right, of programming, is that you have to get used to problem solving, and I enjoy a good puzzle that is problem solving from time to time. And I do that. Yep. And didn't realize the engine was new this version. So what I can do is go ahead and do sweet, bitter, and I can go ahead and click on cake. So when I click on generate here, it should bring it to the tutorial where it says type the letters. So as the letters appear, I have to type them in the white circle. This here represents the progress of your spell, and if this bar fills up, then you failed. So you want to keep that bar very low. And though you have to love solving problems if you're going to be a developer. Yep. I like seeing it work. It's a little frustrating sometimes to go through the motions of trying data to work, but the end's always great. And thank you for the info, of course. So let's see. I'll close this, click generate. Let's see how well I do. So, remember I was talking about the weird bugs that appear in Godot versus when it's on here. This is one of them. It's something. It shouldn't happen again. It only happens once, which is really weird. Space T H E space J A B B E R W O C K comma space M Y space S O N space T H E space J A W S space T H A T space B I T. But it's not done yet. It's looping again. And E comma space T H E space C L O A W S. Didn't make a sound there. Seems we're finding all sorts of bugs today. I can go ahead and click finalize on here, grab this cake, and serve it to the customer. There you go. Totally no interruptions, nothing happened back behind the screen. You're fine. And they eat their food and leave. It's not a bug, it's just skill issue. Gonna have to turn up my gamer levels to 100. Let me go ahead and start up the music again. And go ahead and go to the main menu, mute the game, go back down there. Yep. Switch desktop audio to you, and then switch you. Yep, you're good to go. Lovely. Pure poetry. It's got its works, right? And what are we going to do today, Brain? Hi, Zero. Welcome in. I hope to, once I figure out this stuff with the bookcase, then we'll go and see about fixing bugs, as I believe it has something to do with this being, what's the word I'm looking for? Being the HTML thing versus a .exe thing. And bug fixing now, it's a bug finding stream now. Close your eyes. You didn't see none. Let me bring you to, if I click this guy here, I should be able to move around. Okay. Interesting. Full screen, can't move. Non-full screen, can move. You know what? It's all right. Let's go over here. And the whole point of the game, right, it's supposed to be a rhythm typing cafe game. And since it's a typing game, the hope is that your hands will never have to leave the keyboard. But if I swap over to this menu here where you have to order food or create the food, right, to say what you want, the issue is you have to take your hands off of the keyboard to use your mouse and then click, all right, I want bitter and sweet and so on. You have to use your mouse. So the hope is that this bookshelf idea allows us to have a UI or a menu for the player to interact with that allows us to say, all right, you don't have to use the mouse anymore. Just use this menu here to select what you want. That's why the bookshelf is a thing. You take the ingredients off of the bookshelf and you're going to place it on the desk here. So let me show you what I've been working on over this week. If I go ahead and go to programming here. And yeah, it's time to eat those bugs. Disgusting. I would never eating bugs. Yuck. Ah, awful. Oh man, I've heard people say, what is it, crickets are tasty, but I don't know if I want to try chocolate covered crickets. That just doesn't sound right. Then again, it's probably a thing of don't knock it till you try it. It's probably good protein, but you know what? Sometimes the protein, you shouldn't do it for the gains. Let me go ahead and click levels here, go into the testing mode, and I can show you what I've been up to. So you can see the bookshelves. We worked on this last week and the week before that, I believe. And hi, So Slow. Welcome in. Surprised you're not on Twitch. What was it? I believe So Slow Bro, or was it something else? It was around that area, but welcome in. And I just watched the video where they had cricket stuffed pizza crust. Yeah, sometimes just because you can doesn't mean you should. You can see here, we have 2 different bookshelves. And if I go up to the bookshelf and press E, look at that, we have a little menu here. So I can select either the sweet flavor or the bitter flavor. And if I go ahead and click enter, look at that. I got it working. So now I can pick up the bitter flavor. And if I go ahead and put it in the trash can, I can also, if I want to, go ahead and select the sweet flavor. And now we have the sweet flavor. And we can also do it for the food. And I am alive. Hi, Curso. Welcome back in. And just add some vinegar. It'll cancel that bug taste. How do you know this, Cyril? And yes, the bookshelf for storing food. Since this game doesn't require ingredients, the idea is that the ingredients are, what would you call it? Parchment paper and ink. Is the hope, since you don't actually need flour or anything, you just need the material to write your spell for you to verbally read it aloud. If I go ahead and click on here, hot cocoa, you can see I have hot cocoa. The icons are to change, but for right now, I just wanted to make sure it was functional. Another thing I made sure to do was now the menu properly works. So for example, if I click escape here, we go to the options. If I click escape here, we go to the options. If I go ahead and open up this menu here, click escape, we exit out of it. So it's working. That was quite a headache to figure out. And let me grab that name. Is it Tolerine? Is that how you say it? Welcome in. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm very much usually. And when it comes to names. And where's your construction hat to build your cafe shop? We use magic around here. No need for construction work. And I'm not twitching it as of the moment. No worries. And because vinegar cancels everything. Vinegar is tasty. And hi, Cats on keyboard. Welcome in. And hi, I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, please reconsider. Always with the threat. My day's going great now. I hope your day's also going well. And you choose how to pronounce it. And hi, I see. Then we'll go with Tolerine. I quite like the way that sounds. And hello again. So, speaking of the bookshelf, right? We have this guy here. I can now pick these guys up. I can throw them away. The hope is that today we'll make tables and surfaces for you to place the food down at. As a suggestion people made, and a suggestion I also want to do, is that you have a table you can have back here to prep food. I think that would be a great idea. So the idea of a table itself, holding these ingredients, holding these foods, sounds great. Words. A place you can pick things up, put things down, and the hope is that you'll pick up 2 flavors and then the product. Pick up the 2 flavors and also the dish and put them here. It'll mix it together and that's when you start the game. Hello, beautiful. Hi, Toak. Welcome in. And you don't know it's serious when in-game has to be on screen. I struggled to figure out how to do these menus, but it's working, as you can see. Even the spellcasting, I believe, works, right? The pausing in game, spellcasting, options, spellcasting, options, restart, spellcasting, options, in game. I got it working. That was a task. And so we're going to turn this into an RPG where you unlock the ability to memorize items from the bookshelves. That's not a bad idea. That does sound like a fun one. Interesting. I've been thinking over the week, and this is where, what would you call it? Scope creep starts to come in. For example, I thought to myself, and you can see the book is a little bit bugged at the moment, as I want to redesign it. The idea was that this book would be like a spell book in-game. What would you call it? It's not is it diagenic, I think? Where the mechanic is in-game, the UI mechanics in game and also on screen. For example, the music you hear is also the music that the player hears in-game, or the character hears in-game. Or your ammo, it can be seen on the weapon, and you know, all right, that's the ammo we're going for. And, okay, good. Making sure I don't miss anything. saying all of that, let's say about surfaces. If I bring you back into concepts here, and I'm here to bring all the content creep into your mind. The hope is to get this game functional first, and then we can say, I've been working on it since last August, so this August will make me working on it for a year. The hope was to finish it by the end of last December. However, as you can see, that didn't work out quite well, but that's okay. This is the second game I've ever made, so I'm not expecting this to go well. The purpose of this was to be a learning and diegetic. Okay, good. Did I say it properly then? But yeah, diegetic, that's the word I was looking for. And so when you add FPS levels, the hardcore levels, I have on here the instructions or the steps we went over before, where it was, let's see, interactive bookshelf, that's done. Menu pops up, you select the item and then pick up the item. So what we'll work on today is placing the item on the desk. I don't know if we'll be able to do start spell, but we'll see. So we'll be designing a new item. That should be a lot of fun. Let me move you down to here. Yep. And I'm thinking, right, a surface or just some sort of area. And scope creep, I'm scared of posting my concepts now. I remember you talking about the Tetris idea, right? Hold on. Tetris, yeah, there we are. Check, and I'm all ears. The best part about being in the prototype stage is that we get to try a lot of ideas. The hope is that because we have nothing set in stone quite yet, it makes it easy to change things. However, because I'm still new to all of this, changing things isn't always so easy, but I haven't committed to anything just yet. And oh, speaking of scope creep, that menu I was talking about, I thought to myself the other day, you know what, wouldn't it be great if you could choose where to place the customers at? Or what if, right, the number on your board, on your keyboard, you would press that and you would assign where the customers go, so you would have to do a menu? This is what happens when I play Play Up. I played that game in my free time and got a lot of cafe ideas, and scope creep is the best. It's fun when you're not the developer. And this game is going to be as big as Stardew, right? Should be done by 2035. Hopefully not. The hope is to keep it small. So let's see. I want to have a surface, or I guess a container, a desk of some sort that you can place objects on. The idea is that I want it to be flexible in the sizing of it. Maybe what we make is a drop-off area. I think that would be a good idea to do, or something where you can place it down at. And I've got an idea for the whole spellcasting menu, both the Tetris stuff and some quality of life things regarding score. Ooh, I'm all ears. My ideas, you know, they're good, but it's always great to hear other ideas. It's usually 2 eyes or 4 eyes are better than 2. So I am all ears to your suggestions, Jack. That's what the fun part of brainstorming is. I'm thinking we created an item that just, or not an item, but an object that's just responsible for picking up things. So it's just a container. It holds things. And then from there, we can create tables of different lengths and say, all right, this is a table, this is a surface, things like that. And chat, we must scope the creep as hard as possible. Go. So let's see. Yeah, I think that would be the best place to start, is the chat didn't get the memo. We're on this screen. Oh, hold on. There you are. Welcome. You are now visible. And we have the power. The brainstorming stage can also sometimes be the longest. So I want to create an object or some sort of object or area that holds items. Object object/area area that THATHOLDS holds items items/dishes DISHES. And this guy, you can pick things up, put things down, and pick things up, put things down. Yeah. So the player should be able to, let's see, player PLAYER, player should SHOULD, player should add / remove items REMOVE, remove items ITEMS. There we are. Yeah, let's start there. Creating an object that we can put things down at and pick things up at. I think that would be a great idea. So let me go back into programming. And I don't think that'll be too painful, I say, and then it's very, very painful, but we'll see. As the idea is that the way the objects work is they're linked to something. So for example, when the player holds it, the object is linked to the player. They're following the player. If I go in here and just collect sweet, this sweet object is following the player. And then when a customer is summoned, so I should be able to do /spawn, and let's see, spawn customer / seat, and you can see, right, they're functionally moving now. Seat customer, have them sit down. And if I go ahead and spawn the dish that they're thinking, I don't know, oh, sweet bitter hot cocoa. Spawn the dish, the object will switch from being in the hold of Gabby here to being in the hold of the customer. So let's see, she wants a sweet bitter hot cocoa. So if I go ahead and do dish, let's see, print dish items, sweet bitter and hot cocoa. And so what I can do is do /spawn, and then if I do dish type, so sweet bitter hot cocoa. So she wants a hot cocoa, that is 3, then I can go ahead and 3 space comma, and then sweet bitter, so let's see, that's 3, 3. There you go, sweet bitter hot cocoa. So I have one here, and it's currently following me. But when I give it to the customer, it follows the customer. And I started to think Eris is Harley Quinn. I don't have an evil soul in my body or bone. No evils of the sort. And I don't, does she have like a New Yorker accent? Or I don't even know what you'd call it. And I don't know if brainstorming is the right term, because what's up there in mind is a disaster beyond natural. It's a brain tsunami. I can go ahead and give the customer the food. And interesting. Oh, customer's order's been taken. Now they get the food. And now the food's following the customer. So we need the food to follow something else that can release and take end the things. And I can't believe you're cheating in game. So disappointed in you, Eris. I'll have you know, as a developer, I get all the commands. I am the game. And hi Sanapa, welcome in. Welcome to stream. And no, this game is coming out at 0. This game will come out, hopefully, but I'm not sure. Just because I haven't done this process before, I can't give you an ETA. I thought I could, then I tried, and it didn't go well. And there's just cheating, nah. And you need to pop up when watching the game. No customers were harmed while making / testing this game. Nothing was harmed. No ghosts, no customers, no spiders were squashed. Everyone played kindly. So what I'm looking at here is we have the cafe, and then the item I was talking about. Right now we have 2 things. We have a dish, and we also have the item. This guy here is responsible for the components of the dish, and then the dish itself is a dish. It is the summary of all the items together. I believe they're both labeled as interactables. If I go here, yeah, item is an interactable, and the dish should also be an interactable. Let's see, did I get that right? Yep. And what words. When an interactable is, if I click on this guy here, as it said before, they just follow an object and move with it. And an object can collect it, and now we need a way for the object to maybe unccollect it or something like that. If I go into, for example, the player, so let's see, player script here, and also I can close a lot of this stuff. Yep, you know what? Close everything. What we don't need, and we'll open things as we go. So I'll just go ahead and just close dish here. Make it very easy peasy on us. Go back to here, yep. And then from here, we'll open up the player, and we'll open up item. So let's see, item. There we are. Item, it should be, not GD, it should be an item, item seed. There we are. Let's go ahead and go back to player here. Script, player script here. Lovely. And let's see, from what I've learned, seeing from all the videos, never make a release date if you're a solo or small dev team. So if you don't have experience, I can say at least that. And hi, Mr. Gene, welcome in. And only the spiders that made cobwebs in the previous cafe design, they were erased from existence. They're just in purgatory. They can reappear at any time. They're just in limbo for the moment. And what's up, Eris in chat? How's it going? I'm trying to get into Kaizo Mario so I can seem cool and brag to my friends. Been rough, but getting better. I'm happy to hear it's getting better. I have no idea what Kaizo Mario is. I've never been much a fan of Nintendo stuff, as I've only really ever had computers. But I hope I am glad to hear it's getting better. So let's see. If we go to where are we at with functions? Interact with dish, let's see. Dish interactables in the range. Nope, we're looking for is her input. Yep, here. So when she presses the interact button, she can interact with objects in range, interact with dish interactables, interact with customers, and interact with ghost. And if we go down here to interact with items in range, let's see. The closest object gets served. Okay. So I guess, let's see. If closest items is dish, and if it's served, don't do anything. What this guy is doing here is that if the object is already at a table with the customer, she doesn't see it. It does not exist. Ninja spiders. Little katanas. Let me go back into the cafe here. Cafe scene. So what I'm thinking is we're going to need some sort of plate. I think that's the best way to describe it. And that sounds even worse. They're having fun. It's like that one place in Greek mythology that's all pretty and nice in the underworld where you can come back from. So let's see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to close this here, and I'm going to go ahead into cafe, entities, icons, objects. Let's do it in objects. I think that's best. Let's create a new folder. We're going to call it plate. I think that's the best way to describe it. And they're Mario ROM hacks. I see. Very hard with unfair levels. Oh, that does sound difficult. Let's go here into dishes. I'll go ahead and create a new scene here. Yep. And then I'll go ahead and make this a plate. Plate scene. Done and done. So this plate guy is going to need to interact with things. And also, you need to be in objects, not in plates. There you go. Oh, hold on. Why is dish holding all of these things? You need to be in objects like that. There you go. Never mind. That was wrong. Undo. It doesn't want to undo. Hold on. Dish goes into dishes here. And then let's see. Dish interactable. Okay. I think this organization makes sense. What we're looking at is the plate. And Hades, both the place and the guy are so chill. Yeah, Greek mythology is one of my favorites, especially the game was great too. I can't say that as well. And now that I think about it, just spiders, seriously, how do they disappear like that? There really are ninjas. And can you make Eugene the spider familiar constantly bother you with tips that aren't helpful? He's a very helpful familiar. You say Eugene, but it hasn't been announced yet what the name will be. I haven't quite decided, though. Eugene is a great option. So in plate here, let's see. Plate scene, plate. We can go back to here, plate. And here we are with plate. So I believe what plate will really just need is an area to control. And I think it'll also need just the visual at the moment. So what I'll do is I'll just grab this area from our dish, paste it into plate here, as that's the easiest way to do it. For our area here, we'll reset the transform so that it's in the center here. Never mind, that is not the center. What about you? Are you in the center? There you are, lovely. And then what I want to do is grab a rectangle. For now, we'll have square plates. This is just to make sure that we know where things are. So we'll go ahead and make this a little bit smaller. Set it to about here. And how do I make this go back? I believe we can do ordering. And then if we set not the z index is relative, maybe set it to like -2, that should make it go back in time. And also Kaizo means modified or rebuilt in Japanese, which makes sense, I guess. Huh. I don't know much Japanese, but yeah, those make sense. And let's see. You know, you can just call yourself a master. It just takes a whole lot less words. Some people just like a challenge, and he will always be Eugene to me with a top hat and monocle. So fancy. Let me go ahead and make these guys just a little smaller so it feels nicer. And now we have a plate. And the idea is that it's going to be an item interactable. I believe that's the term I used beforehand. If we go to, let's see, item interactable, I believe they're a thing. Yep, item interactable. It interacts with an item, and you can use the item on it. So what we can do is go ahead and make a script for plate, and we'll call it extends interactable. Item interactable. Very important that it's a difference. And what that means is now we have a new opening, item interactable. It should use it, and the item gets used, which is good. I believe if we go back to dish as well, let's see. Yeah, it is an item. However, I'm not sure how well I like the item idea, because the item interactable is supposed to interact with items, the dish interactable is supposed to interact with dishes. If we go back to trash can here, I believe it's an item interactable. It is. Okay. Trash can here, trash can script. Yeah, it is an item interactable. Okay. If we're using that term, then anything that the player can interact with is an item. And hi, Dark Spectre, interactive. Speaking of interactables, hey, Eris, hello, welcome in. Right on time. And I also love Kaizo, so I can make a Kaizo level ROM hacks, and then I can torture my friends. Oh man, I might be seeing a problem here. So we have the, let's see, plate, which is an item interactable. The plate allows us to use the item. So we'll go here and we'll overload that function. I don't know if that's the word for it. We'll override it. I think that's the better word. Where what all of this knows, this plate knows, is that, hey, I have this function called use item. So if we ever call use item on anything else, or any item interactable, they can do different things. But the class itself knows that it has this function. We can do anything we want with this function. So back at plate here, let's go ahead and remove it and say, we want the item in question. So if we go back to here to the interactable guy, we have, let's see, collect. So what I'm thinking is we can do item.collect and also set the old targets. Yeah, collect. The player should give it to the item interactable, I think. And okay, Migola can do things now, but boy, y'all have fun. Thank you, Mr. Jean. I do hope you have fun. Let's see, in the boss around function, kind of sort of, yeah, everyone's getting a good word, and I think it's override. Yeah, I think that's the word I'm looking for, override. And I'm a beginner, so I have no clue. I think, yeah, override sounds about right. I think so. In our player here, let's see. Player, I wanted to see, on detection, nope. We're looking for item interactables to interact with. So if we go back into our input, yeah, interact with items in range, and then it's interact with dish interactables in range. We don't know about the dish interactables. Let's see. If not item equals and not dish interactable in range is empty. So this guy here, what are you? You're an item interactable. So let's go ahead and rename that. So Control F, Control R. We're just going to call this an item underscore INTR. Well, you know what? Let's just copy, paste, and then just name this item. Easy. Item. There we are. And replace all. Okay, so now it's item interactables. Makes it a little bit easier. And you got programmers and banana enjoys here, and you're surprised that masochism is evolved. I mean, when you put it like that, yeah, I suppose, you know, it's banana enjoyers. And only surprising thing is that it didn't happen sooner. Let's see. If not item, and if not interactable. So get closest interactable, and if we click on, let's see, get closest dish interactable. Let's rename this to item interactable. So let's see, get closest dish interactable. Nope, we want this to be item interactable. I didn't have the item idea beforehand, so this is a lot of just a little bit of refactoring. And SM and M? Whoa, I don't know that word. Let's replace all of this, and then we have closest dish interactable. This should be closest item interactable. So let me rename this to closest item. And then we should be able to just replace this guy here. So let's see. If I go and do that, what this guy is checking for, which is whichever item is closest. So for example, if the trash can is closer, or if we go back to the cafe, if it would be the trash can on the table, whichever one is closer. And hi, blah, 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 words. Hi, Christopher Red. Welcome in. And howdy. Howdy. I hope you're doing well. And lurk, no worries. Let's see. Let's go back into script here. And now that we have this guy here getting the closest item, all these guys in dish interactable. Yeah. For item or interactable. INTERACTA interactable in item. And then we can go ahead and remove the dish interactable here. Yep. And then from there, what the player will have to do is, let's see, grab you. Yeah, okay. Get closest item, use item, and then it sets her item to null, which makes sense. So on this use item, what we'll do is on this, let's see, the plate, we'll go ahead and use collect. So item dot collect and new target, self. So the object should, or the plate should collect it. Collect this item we're going for. And what I can do is go ahead and make a plate here. So we'll grab the plate, move the plate to here, and plate, why aren't you visible? Is it because of the ordering? Show behind, I believe it's the ordering. Let's see, Z, and next if we do -1, we do 1. Interesting. Okay, I think it's not showing up because it's saying it's beneath the area. So if we do plate and we don't do U here, let's see, we have U here, and we undo that, redo that, go ahead and have, let's see, back in the cafe. Yep, there it is. And then if we do plate to maybe -1, I'm guessing it's gonna show behind. Yep, okay, got ya. We'll do 0 then. That'll be fine. And from there, yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and click play, see where we're at. Right now, what the plate should do is it should pick up the object that we're holding. And why are you angry? The book right now is being redone, so you can ignore that that warning, as it's angry because I deleted the tutorial and I also deleted parts of the book. That's why the pages are a little bit covered up, as they're being reworked. So let's go ahead and just spawn a dish. So spawn dish, like that there. We'll go ahead and grab this dish, and then we should be able to not only put it in the trash, we should also be able to put it on the plate. So spawn dish, again, grab this guy here and put it on the plate. Now the plate has it. It looks a little funny, and we'll have to change the look of it. But overall, it's working, which is good. Now we just need a way to pick it back up. So if the player interacts with the item, I think that's our case. And you deleted the tutorial? How will I know what to do? I want to redo the tutorial entirely. I don't want the tutorial to be connected to the book anymore. I want it to be more visible on the screen. And I've been curious, and forgive me if I've asked before, no worries. And what inspired you to make a rhythm game? If I wanted to create one, I'd cite Crypt of the Necrodancer, Guitar Hero, and Rift of the Necrodancer. I'm glad you asked. Hold on, I can bring in a concept for a quick second, as I have used Crypt of the Necrodancer as a as inspiration. You can see here. We also have games like Melatonin, Rhythm Heaven, and Rhythm Doctor. Since you're on YouTube, I have discussed it before in my vlogs, but the gist of it is, I firsthand, and a lot of moving around, but if I really go quickly to Obsidian here, as it's very, very fast to show off, but let's see, hide you, show you, that should work. We go to here. Before I dropped out of college, the game I made was in the console, I think that's what you call it, the consoles. And so I made this game called Console Cafe Simulator, and it was a cafe game where you typed. It wasn't rhythm typing, but you had to type in commands in order to serve customers. And because I had made this as a final project, when I wanted to make a new game, I thought to myself, why not make this Console Cafe Simulator, but in Godot? But then I thought to myself, I wanted it not to be a really hard, hard game in the sense of, if you're a really good typer, you're an expert at this. I wanted a twist. So I took the idea of it being typing in a cafe game, and I thought, okay, maybe you have to type to the beat. And hence the rhythm typing cafe portion. It got squeezed in there along the way. So let me go back into programming here. And let's see. Alrighty, so let's first make this a little bit more visible for testing. So if I go ahead and move you here, I believe I can change your color to be a little less visible, like this. There we are, lovely. Oh nope, I teleported. Now we just need a way for Gabby to pick the item back up. I don't think it'll be too hard, but let's see. Go ahead and stop the game, save it here. And what I'm thinking, right, is we're going to say current, var current underscore item, and then we'll set it as a item or interactable, and we'll set it to equal to null. And that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for the answer. No worries. I like hearing about others' thought process. Oh yeah, it's been a whole 1 year of thoughts process. It's been quite a second, but it's been a lot of fun trying to think through things, and it's been a lot of fun to see my ideas back then when I was thinking of them and how they have evolved. It's very fun, so I don't mind the question whatsoever. And a lettuce raced a tomato. The lettuce as ahead, but as the tomato was catching up. The lettuce was ahead, but the tomato was... I wish I didn't reread that. A little nurse didn't know who she was getting into. No. No, she did not. That pun was terrible, though. 0 out of 10. Let's go ahead and set the current item equal to item. There we are. So, if current item, actually, hold on. We need another function. So, for example, the item interactable. If the, use item, if the item is null, how can we set this up? Because right now this is use item. This could mean use the item you're holding or use the item that the item is holding. I don't know if we'll ever make this bigger, so if we'll use this code again. So it's a thing of, do we make a new function or expand this guy? I think the better bet is just to say for the player, if not item equal null. I don't like this idea here. If not item equals null, because if you don't have an item, you can't interact with item interactables in range. So what we do instead is not do this. What we do is if not items in range. So if there's nothing to have in items in range, we don't do it. And then I think if item equal null, then we can go ahead and do, let's see, item, let's see, yeah, item, get the closest guy, yep. And instead of item.collect, we'll get the closest item, and instead of use item, we'll say interact with item. Yeah, interact, I-N-T-E-R-A-C-T, interact, item. I think that's a good idea. So if item equals null, interact, and then we'll go ahead and do return. And then, yeah. So what this is saying is, if we have things we can interact with in range, first we check to see if we don't have an item. If we don't have an item, then we interact with the item without an item. Otherwise, use the item, yeah, use the item we're currently holding. And for sure, I'm currently working on a small game jam, the Stop Killing Games jam. I'm struggling with a top-down tile set. Oh, tile sets are painful. Let me go ahead and have the ads do their ad things as they're about to start. And let's see, use item. I go ahead and just copy this guy here and make sure I don't forget what we're doing. Well, so when we go back, there we are. There we are. Okay, we'll have that sit there, and I'll go ahead and take a small break while we're waiting on the ads to finish their thing, as I'm excited. I think we can get most of everything I wanted to get done, and we can move on from the bookshelf, which means I can get back to bug solving. And hopefully we can get an update out this week. I think that would be great, as there's overall a lot of things I want to get done before the big next update. So these are kind of mini updates, slice of life, quality changes, but I'm really excited, as I still want to get to Ghost. Ghosts are a thing.
Camelodef just followed.
Camilio Dev? Is that how you say it? I probably butchered it. You can tell me how, but welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Let me get some water, as water break while we're waiting on the ads. But bookshelf is life. Bookshelf is love. Bookshelf is life. It's that thing of, in my game at least, I like games where you can customize stuff, but I was never really a fan of them. It was a mix. And hello, just lurking. Oh, thank you for lurking, and thank you for following. I do thank you indeed. And Eris, why don't you use Copilot for coding? Is it not available? What's Copilot? Never heard of that one. Is it like Git, if I had to guess? What was I saying with words? Oh, right. A big inspiration for my game was something like Papa's, the Papa's Pizzeria franchise, right? And so but I wasn't really into the customization. Like, you could color paint the wall, you could add backgrounds and everything, and oh, I see. Gaia. I wanna, Godot itself, as I was saying before, it's super new. So the fact that it's new means there's not a lot of support out there. And not only that, but I want to make sure I program everything by myself, or I want to go through the process of learning to do it, if that makes sense. So I'd rather not try to, what's the best way to describe it? I'm sure they are helpful. However, I'd rather not go down that route. And I remember now, no worries. I'd rather try going the regular method, going the cavemen before me. Then maybe down the line, especially since it's not reliable with Godot, since Godot is one of the newer guys. And let's see, I don't like it. I see. And I imagine someone playing this game in a Dance Dance Revolution board. Oh, that'd be very silly. And let's see, forget it. Close your eyes. No worries. And I'm just, I did read that. And don't remind me of that. Now I'm reminding of the Shrekamono, an entity cursed item. Oh, that doesn't sound good at all. And she hasn't been trained. And understandable. I get what you're saying. Yeah. The ads are up though, so welcome back. So saying all of that, welcome in. We were currently working on the item function. So I just want to make another item here. And what we'll do is, right, item interactable. We'll move the plate guy over to current item, and then we'll go ahead and do this guy here and set it for here. So the item interactable will have the current item. And then from here, what we'll say is use item. But it's not use, hold on. Interact. I think that's a better word for it. So let me do interact. I-N-T-R-A-C-T. Well, actually, no. I think that's better. Hold on. Use item. This guy should be interact. I-N-T-R-A-C-T. Interact. I think that's a lot better. And then what we'll say is to interact. Then we'll go ahead and do, let's see, if current item equal is not null, is not equal to null. We'll then say, let's see, we'll go ahead and say current item dot name is, or yeah, if current item not equal to null. Now we'll just say name has been interacted with. Name has been interacted with. Yep. And then we'll go ahead and put here. Yep, has been interacted with without the name. There we are. To say, hey, you're interacting with me. Interacted with. Oh no. Oh, okay, good. I thought he misspelled it, but we're A-okay. And from here, we'll go back into our player, right? And instead of use item or interact. Oh, I did put interact. I was on the same track earlier before the break. And oh, the note is in the time? Oh, I've never seen that word before. It's legitimate. I don't know. What we should see if I click play again, and if we just go back into the game, I should be able to interact with the thing. So if I go here, no one spawns here, and we go to here, trash has been interacted with. Interesting. Huh. We're certainly closer to the trash can than we are the plate. Alrighty, let's turn on our hitboxes. Visible collision shapes. Click on play here. I'm curious to see why the trash can is being picked up more. And I'm going to my 30-minute run. See you later from the hospital. Make sure to stay safe, Toak. And best of luck with your run. And hi, too crazy. Welcome in. What's up? Just got done doing some of my changing the room around stuff. Say all of my good streamers stream. Decided to come over and watch your stream. Hope you've been well. I feel like I butchered those words. But thank you, I have. This week wasn't too well, but I've been doing a lot better now, and welcome in. I hope you've had a fun time cleaning, as cleaning can certainly be fun. I like cleaning up code. Cleaning household objects, though, that takes a lot of physical action, and we all love interacting with Eris. You're very sweet, Preston. Let's see. I wanted to see, why does the player, okay, plate, right? But if you're standing here, the plate should be closer.
Studio just
shouldn't
followed.
It? And thank you to Dark Dove Studio. Welcome in. Not seen that name before, so welcome in. Yeah, if you're standing here, right, do you expect to interact with the trash can or the plate? Imagine, right? You go to set an object down, but it deletes it instead. That'd be terrible. A way to solve it would be to just set things apart. And I guess that wouldn't be too bad of an idea, as right now, trash can's interacted with, plate is interacted with. Okay, I think that's good. I think this is okay. We'll just move it. So we'll move the plate for now away from the trash can to like here. There we are. That's good. Saying that, let's go ahead and go back to our plate, right? And in our plate, we have use item. And now we can go ahead and do that function. So func, and then interact. Oh, INTERACT. And we'll go ahead and overwrite it. So void. And what we'll do here is, hold on. Interact needs to have player. So we'll go ahead and put the player in here. And I had to break down my bread frame. Oh, that sounds like work. And then gonna build my desk, even more work. Probably sometime later tonight. Oh, I wish you luck. I know I moved the other, I think now 2 months ago. And it's always a lot of strenuous work, moving boxes around and setting things up and breaking things down. So I hope you don't tire yourself out too much. I'm going to grab the player. So let's see. Yeah, player. And then we'll just do player. Player. And then we'll go ahead and grab you. Go back to our item interactable. Interact. And now we can say, yeah, player.name. Player.name. And then do plus. And then plus. Has interacted. INTERACT. Interacted with, and then we'll do plus, and then we'll move you. There we go. Do that message instead. And then we'll also send in the player. So go back to the player. Here, interact, self. There we are. That should work. And add a bios.exe that can delete the player's PC bios so if they put in the trash can. That just sounds like you're asking them to delete system, what was it? System 32, I think. Oh, terrible. Let's see. Back to the plate. Interact with and expended. Okay, it's asking for this guy. So what we'll then do is do current item or player, yeah, current item dot collect, and then we'll go ahead and do player, and then we'll go ahead and do current item equals null. And let's see, we'll go ahead and do, well, if there's a current item, if current item not equal to null, then we'll do this guy. That makes it a lot easier. If it's not null, there we go. And chaos. chaos. Let's see. If current item, now I'm curious, how do you grab else? If current item equal null, so I'll do this instead, and then return. How do you grab the parent function? Would it just be item interactable, something like this dot interact? Is that a thing, player? How do you call that guy? I know there's a way to do it. There was a way in C++, but I don't remember how to do it here. And nah, chaos. I'm glad someone got the reference. And now I don't get tired. I thrive off of this stuff. Boom! Wake up at 1 p.m., go to sleep at 6 a.m., constantly either programming, make art, or move things around. Trying to keep myself as busy as I can before I start to see that I'm lonely. I'm glad you got that drive, got that power. I'm the person who gets very tired very quickly, so I have to do things slowly. So I'm glad to know there's other people on the other side of that live off of it. People like you make the world go around, and it's a lovely thing to see. You give me inspiration to say, yeah, I got this. It's a lot of fun, and I use my hands usually. What do you mean? And let's see, I think maybe calling the player and storing it as a reference in the ready. Can you elaborate a little bit, Dark Spectre? Do you mean every object should know about the player? Or, can you elaborate a little bit? Because technically what we could do, right, is we could always have a utility.player. So a global script that has player is an option, is a thing. I don't know. For me, there's multiple things you can do. I am twitching it. Welcome to the other side, slow bro. And maybe, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to your question. No worries. There's always a different way, it feels like, that you can do programming. For me, at least, I think I can show you. If we go into cafe, let's see, the cafe scene, sometimes I throw around the player, and it can be argued that instead of throwing around the player, so instead about objects knowing about the player, we just have a universal player. And you know what? I don't see why you wouldn't. That makes a lot of sense. For example, utility.player. But then again, right, you'd have to make sure utility.player isn't null. So it's the thing of, do you want to do a check every time to see if the player isn't null? Or do you just want to send the player in with the function? There's two ways I can think of doing it. I don't see any wrong reason to do either. And when I get to refactoring, I will certainly consider it as, yeah, it's either this or a global player, like a global player to reference to. I think there's an argument for both. And everyone is best at their abilities whenever they do their thing their best way. Yeah. That's what's great about people. We all have different strengths and weaknesses. Let's see, item interactable. So yeah, how do you do that? Let me see. How to get extend function, F-U-N-C-T-I-O-N, function, Godot 4. How do you do it? Let's see. Parent function, super. You extend a function from a parent class using the super keyword. Hold on. How to extend a function. It's possible to extend functions and get globals.player.tree, get tree, find node and groups player. Oh, I don't usually do find nodes and groups. I usually don't do nodes and groups. I know it's a thing in itself. Where are we at? It's somewhere here, like node groups. I haven't touched those yet. Maybe I've been trying to study that. It looks more complicated than I know it sounds. It sounds simple enough. I also think it's a way of, or it's a thing of, right, there's that, I didn't even think of that. There's also the utility, and then there's also passing it in. There's a lot of ways to do it, and that's an interesting one. I'll have to look into the node groups, because I think that is certainly a good tool to have in the tool belt. I'm looking for how to get the inherited function. Yeah, how to get inherited function. How do you do it? I want to do something like this. So if the item is not a thing, you just go with the basic function. You don't overwrite the function. How do you do that? To create inherited function, of new code. Super. Is it super like this? I think. And yeah, sorry couldn't help more. No worries at all. That's why I like streaming. It's that thing of getting a lot of different ideas, as there's so many ways to go about programming. There's never really a right or wrong answer, just a different method. And yeah, nodes and groups, or node groups, which are, if I think I click this guy here, I think it shows it. Node, yeah, I know about signals. Groups, I believe I tried to do when I when I was struggling through the the tile maps. I don't think it ever worked out, and I think this is old code, but I tried to dabble in groups for a second. Didn't work out. But there's nothing like trying again. So let's see. I think it's super.interact player. Let's give it a try. If I go ahead and click this guy here, and then we go ahead back to levels, you here, go to you here. If I go to the plate, yeah, player has interacted with plate. Player has interacted with trash. Let's go ahead and just spawn an item. Oh, that should be squiggly line. Spawn dish. Go ahead and grab it here, pick it up, and if we go ahead and interact with it, it puts it down. So let's see. I want to put down name. Let's add that there. Let's see. Plate. Yep. Use item. Let's see. Go back into the item interactable and go ahead and copy you, because I do like my words here. So what we'll do is item is now in plate. Is now in plate. Like that. And then name here, and we'll do pass since that's green. Yep, item name is now on plate. On plate. And then what we want to do here for our interact has been given to player. Item name has been given to. Has been given to. And then we'll do player dot name. There we are. I think that works out. And why are you angry? Current item. There you go. Better. You're happy now. There we are. And understandable. Find what works for you. Something works for me, like the groups, but I don't really like how a lot of things are string references. I try to use constants where I can. Oh yeah. Strings are very weird. I'm really happy I learned about enums. I think that was one of the biggest changes going from C++ to GDScript, is that enums, they're a beautiful thing. I have them everywhere. And then dictionaries, that's my favorite way to reference something. Is to, for example, I have like a cookbook scene, which is a global script. So let's see, if I type in here cookbook, where's my cookbook at? Yeah, cookbook. I have a whole list of just enums and things of here. So whenever I want to reference something related to food, I just say, oh, look at the cookbook. And for you, I'm guessing it would be a thing of look at the groups instead, which is just, it's an interesting idea. I definitely want to try learning more about the groups, as I've heard so much about them. I struggle to understand them. So let's see, levels, back to here. Okay, spawn dish. Go ahead and spawn you, grab you, and let's go ahead and see, spawn sweet cookie. And sweet cookie is now on plate. Yes, plate. And then from here, we should be able to pick it up. Sweet cookie is now on plate. Gaia. Interesting. Okay, so something's not working here. It's going through, let's see, plate. Yeah. Okay, so, how can we do this? Utility print, yeah, it's now on plate. We'll go ahead and make sure you're that. Now on, yep, and then has been given to. So the item is going to the plate, but it's not going back, I think. So let's see, current item equals null. Yeah, current item equals self. Okay, so let's take a look at the active scene and see where the issue is. And I always thought dictionaries were like a key name pair, so I've never knew that I could use enums like that. That'll be so useful. Oh yeah. That's one of my favorite things. It's, I don't know if I have a really good way of showing it. I think I did show it in the, where are we at? Cookbook, but just, it's something like atlases. I love atlases. And then you can pair up enums with like vectors and oh, it gets greater. Textures and oh, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Let's see. Let's go back into here. Oh, nope. Game. Yep, levels. And then that guy there. Okay, so what I want to do is spawn an object. So spawn a dish. We'll go ahead and pick up the object. And then what we can do is go to our remote, go into, let's see, cafe here. And if we go into our dish manager, I think I call it the item manager now. Let's see. Item manager, Ghost manager, yep. Let's just type it in. That would make this way easier. Item manager, yep. Screen, interactable, nope. We're looking for our item manager. Our item manager is responsible for spawning and deleting dishes. Our customer, I try my best to keep everything responsible for something. So I have a ghost manager for spawning and deleting ghost, a customer manager for spawning and deleting ghost. That way, anytime I want to deal with that one thing, if you created it, you delete it. So let's see, item in here, and then we have our item, so our sweet cookie. And if we take a look at our sweet cookie, select the signal node. Hold on. Inspector? There we are. Okay, so it's following, and the object is following is the player, I believe. I think it's showing the player. And okay, so get Eris and Atlas for a birthday. Get it? You could have 20. I'll take it. I'll take it all. But you'll have to wait for next year. My birthday already passed. But look out for it. Let's see. Sweet cookie, and the object is following. Yep, following is on, and object is, I think the player did show. So if we go ahead, yeah, it's showing the player. So if I go ahead and put this guy down here, the sweet cookie should now follow something else. So if we go back to here, go to, let's see, item manager, sweet cookie. Following is enabled, and the target now should be, let's see, current item. Yeah, it's the item interactable now. And deal. Sold. Let's see. Current item is item interactable. Okay. But then if we click this guy back here, all right, sweet cookie's now on plate. So it's not going back to the player for some reason. The sweet cookie here. Yeah. Okay. Look back at you here. And flavor combo type, all that stuff also seems to get removed, which is interesting. And target, you are still the item interactable. So it's not switching it back. I think there's an issue. Let's see. Now on plate. So this guy here, player is trying to use the item when we need it to interact. And I'm pixel arting a cloak-like thingy. Now my chat box is filled with the keys for eyedropper, brush and eraser, that thing I didn't expect. What do you mean by keys? Do you mean on the keyboard for your hotkeys? It does happen once you get in the groove of things, but I wish you'd like with pixel art and cloak-like things. Let's see. Cafe, we'll go ahead and close you. So back at the player, let's see, player. I'm thinking maybe it's just not doing it properly. So back in player, interact with items in range. Yep. So if item equal null, get closest interactable item. So this guy here, grab you. Where are we using you at? You need to be used. And let's see. If I go ahead and go back to this guy, yep. And then from here, go to levels, you here, go back to here. Gonna go ahead and spawn. And let's see, spawn dish, grab dish. Yep, we'll skip this guy here. We'll go ahead and place the dish down. Place dish down. Go ahead and skip it again. And now we'll try to pick it up. So we'll go through things. So pick it up. And now we're interacting with items in interactable range. So let's go ahead and enter, step into it. And then if not, items in interactable range is empty. It says that there's one thing in here, which should be our plate. So if we keep going in here, and yes. Hi, lazy random content. Welcome back in. I'm glad you're back to the yes streak. Let's see, and
Mark's
hold on.
cartoony just followed.
Mark's cartoony, is that how you say it? Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to figuring out why no work. Let's see. If not item interactable in range, item equal null. Yeah, so there's an object in here, and is that a ferret I see? Yar wave. How cute. That is adorable. Let's see. If item is null, I believe interactable is null. Okay, so let's go back to here. Yep. Step into. So if not item is empty. So it's not empty. If item equal null, it's saying the item is not null for the player. Okay. Player currently has an item is what it's saying. So if we go back to here, this guy here, go into player. Player, do you currently have an item you're not telling us about? Let's see. Item, yes. So for some reason, the player, interesting. Okay, weird. Get closest item, use item, item should equal null. But the item is not equaling null. Okay, let's restart the code. I want to see this again. When we drop the item, pick up the item. So we'll go ahead and spawn the item. Spawn our delicious dish here. Yep, we can go ahead and skip over. How do we end?
underscore so slow underscore bro
Sure,
just
hold on.
redeemed
Let me sit up.
Striyech.
We gotta go to the right and oh, Siri doing Siri things. To the left, or this is right. This is right. Yep. To the left. You want to go backwards. Oh, something broke. And then forwards. That was a good stretch. Thank you for that. Redeem. So let's see. Okay. Activate or interact with items. Yep. We go into here. Step into. Yep. Or actually, you know what would be, I think, a little bit easier to do is to say, print, and then we'll do item. See what it says. As it should say, item is whatever it is. I think that might be easier than doing the stop cases. We'll see. So go ahead and spawn empty here, and then we'll go ahead and skip over you. So you, which one skip? That one skip. And if we go into here, it says our item is a sweet cookie. All right. And then if we go into here, our item should go to null. So if we skip over it again, what does it say? Item is sweet cookie. Oh, now it should be null, I believe. So we go here, pass it. Item should be null, I believe. Yeah, item is null. And hydration too.
So slow underscore bro just redeemed hydrate.
Hold on, let's see. A little water. Tasty. And hi, Arcader Siva, is that how you say it? And what's that Interactive Shell V2? Interactive Shell V2. I don't know. Can you elaborate a little bit? I don't happen to know what you mean. Are you saying this guy here? It's a plugin. It is called the Panku console, I believe. If I go here and do Panku. Yeah, Panku console. I like using it because I can use commands. I can hook everything up. So you grab this from the, what would you call it? The add-ons library here. And then what it lets you do is, if I go into here, I think I call it cheats. You hook it up to a script. So for example, I have a cheat script here. And then what I can do is say, alrighty, I want you to print out the item so I know which items to type, or I want to spawn the customer. So it lets you set up custom commands. If you've ever played something like Minecraft, I wanted a tool like that where I could say, all right, I want to spawn an item, or I want to skip to creative mode, things like that. So I found this plugin to make things easier for me to, for example, spawn an item in without pressing a button on screen. As that used to be the thing, but now I can actually type in commands, which has been a lot of fun. So let's see. Interact with interactables. Yep. And then, oh, someone's angry. I will assume you just don't know what you're talking about, and I will close you. And then here, let's see. So you should have, I don't know why it's angry. We click here now. Okay. And where are we at? Your item is null. Player interactive trash can. Okay. So you should have a null item. Let's go back into cafe here. Entities, player here, and item. It still says you have an object. Weird. And I get it now. Thanks for the explanation. Lovely. I'm glad to hear it. The more people know about things like the, it's a few things that make life a lot easier. In the sense, like, even this is a plugin here. This little button to just collapse everything. It's nice. It's a slice of life thing. Just a quality of life change. I have one called, like, Signal Visualizer here, too, for Signal, since I have so many, but I have not used it yet. I still have to figure it out. And I always assume customers don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they want. Let's see. Let's go back into this debugger here and go ahead and do step into and then print item. So step into, what do we print? We have item. Okay. So I think what's happening is the player's picking the item up, but we shouldn't pick up the item if the item's following something else. So I think it's picking up the item and then it's trying to interact with the item again. And I will say, I love Phantom Camera add-on for Godot. I think I've heard of that one. However, just to be on the safe side, I'll say that for later. PHANTOMCAMERA. There we are. Phantom Camera, Godot, GODOT 4. I'll have to give that a look, as I think I know what it is, but it's been a second since I've looked at a lot of programs, so thank you for the recommendation. I'm gonna take a good old look at it. So let's see. Because I think they are collecting the item, or trying to pick the item up, what we can say is interact with items in range. Grab you. So, interact with items in range. If not item is empty, and item equal null, var closest interactable get closest item to player. Yeah. When do we do items in range? Let's see. For current item, if item, var closest item, closest interactable, items in range dot front. How do we do items in range? That's my question. And no problem. It works a lot like cinematic camera from Unity. If anyone's familiar with that, it makes camera stuff easier. Interesting. I don't know much. I don't know any Unity. Let me rephrase that. I do have a small camera thing set up currently, like in my cafe here, where if you cross this barrier, then you go to this area. If you cross this barrier, you go back to this area. So it might be useful for me in the sense of camera panning. It sounds fun. A phantom camera. It's got a cool ring to it. Let's see. Back to scripts. Get closest item to player. For current item and items in range. Go to items in range. Where are we using this guy at? On detection range area. Okay. Got ya. So, what we should say is, if area.getParent is interactable, yeah, and if the interactable isn't currently following anyone. I think that's the clause we have to fix. So if we go back to player, if area.get is interactable, yep, and, or yeah, okay, hold on. And then, yeah, let's see. If it's either an interactable or an item interactable. And, oh yeah, okay, hold on. If it's interactable and area.get, okay. First, we'll set it up to be the object. So we'll just do var and then do object. And usually I like to hard code things, so I might do like interactable or item.interactable. But to make things a little bit simpler on us in this .getParent, all I'm going to do is do area.getParent. And I think that makes things a little bit easier to see what we're trying to discuss. So for example, instead of getParent here, what we'll do is then we can just do if object. Or if the object is this guy here. I think that makes it a little bit easier to understand. An area get, oh, okay, yeah, we're good. An area.getParent. So something like this, I think makes it a little bit easier to say. It's tricky because it's the sense of, well, we don't know what this thing is, but I think it's explanatory in the sense of interactable or item interactable. This is what we expect it to be. So I think it's close enough that it's okay. Saying that, if the object isn't interactable and the object, so object, object, well, hold on. If the object is interactable, let's start there because they have different functions, right? So if the object is interactable, we continue. And if the object, so if object is, let's see, is following someone. So object dot follow, I think it's follow. Let's double check. We go back into our interactable here. Dot target equal null and not the player. So if object dot target equal to null or let's see, player, I think we can do this, or self. Does that work? And then here, is that worried? If object target equal to null or self, does that, or do I have to do, is it this? Or can I do, yeah, can I do the first one? Or can I do, or does it have to be something like that instead? This feels like it would work. I mean, I ask, but why don't I just try? So we'll go ahead and remove that. And let's see. Let's go ahead and do this instead. And let's give it a try. Oh, hold on. We also have to do if area on detection exited. So let's see. If area.getParent, so we gotta kind of, a little bit of copying and pasting. I never like doing this, but as long as it's, I usually follow the rule of 3. So it's not too bad. So if area.getParent is interactable, we can once again just do these guys to make it easier to read as, yeah, I think this certainly makes it a lot easier to read. And then what we can do is do if object is interactable and, yeah, if object is interactable. Let's do this. And items in range dot, I think there's dot has, yeah, has object. There we are. That instead. So it's saying if we have it in our list, check to remove it. If it's not on the list, we don't need to remove it. So I think this should work. This should make it a lot easier for our game to understand what we're trying to focus on. So let's go back into here. Let's go back to spawn. So spawn dish. So hopefully now we have the sweet cookie node. And I don't know why it's doing this when I click E. And that is an interesting one. Why are we saying the name of the object? Oh, because we're doing the object's name. I remember. Hold on, let me fix that. Let's go back into our inputs and then back into interact with items in range, or was it this guy? Yep. Oh, there we are. Good. Save it. Now we should be good to go. Makes more sense that way. Let's go ahead back to levels. No one spawns. And now we go back to here. Let's go ahead and spawn our dish and then go ahead and pick it up. So sweet cookie is now on plate. And now let's see if we can pick it up. Sweet cookie is now on plate. Okay, so what are you saying now? What's the player trying to say? Do we have, let's see. Just go back to player here. Are you null now, player? Let's see. Player, entities, player here. And your item is now null. Good. Okay. So let's go back through everything again and see where we're at. So if not items in range, interact with items in range. Nope. We want to interact with interactables. Yeah. So this guy here. If item interactables in range is empty. Okay. Let me get some water. And I'm just curious. I'm assuming you wrote your own debug/cheat console. I'm curious as to how you did it. I'm nowhere near implementing that, but I think it's cool. Thank you. It took a second, but the plugin, once you get the hang of the plugin, it's not too bad. If we go back to here, I believe all I had to do was hook it up to a control guy. And then from there, what you do, for example, from my spawn dish, when I request the dish to be spawned, I need the dish type, I need the flavor combo, and then I need the grade of the dish. What grade do you want? Yeah, dish grade. And then whatever things I get from there, I can just say, all right, just do that, spawn the dish. So there's a lot of signals going around with each other. It's a thing of, what are you trying to get the command to do? So for example, this print one, all the print one does, it explains anything, any enum I need. So you can see here, right? Let's see, for dish, and then the keys of the enum, and then it just prints all the index numbers. So the hope is that if I ever need to like spawn a ghost, I can just immediately do the, what would you call it? The signal for ghost. Or if I want to spawn a customer, it just does the signal for spawn customer. And we already use the signals everywhere else. So this just does it on command anytime I want it. I even have one for like end game here or restart, which does the get tree you were talking about earlier, except this one just reloads the scene or print locations or teleport to. Anything I could think of. I was using this teleport too. However, the issue was I was typing it so much. So now instead of using that command, I just have a button on my keyboard control that just teleports me. That way I don't have to open the console, type it in, type up the enum I want. It makes it a lot easier to get the places. So it's things like that. Where can I lessen the load on testing things? For example, I used to have to do the mini game to get the object, but now what I can do is I can just spawn a dish, and then the neat part is I don't even have to enter what dish I want. The dish is already automatically just the thing of, this is the default. So for example, you can see the default is cookie, sweet, and perfect. So I don't even have to choose the specifics if I don't wanna. And I see that's so cool. Thank you. It's definitely a thing of like, I love creating tools for testing. So I am all by any means happy to answer. It's for the customer, things of that. And even this guy here does a random customer. It's a lot of fun to just come up with tools to make things easier. So let me go ahead and close the cheats here. We wanted to see about this guy. If the item interactables in range is empty, we should be going into this guy here, but it's not. So let's see. Let's go ahead and spawn it again and give it a go. If we go to levels, go back to no one spawns, go up here to spawn customer or spawn dish, and then grab it. And then let's go ahead and set it there. All right. So if item equals null, it shouldn't equal null. So we should go over it and go past. And now we should go into. So I'm gonna grab you again. And now if item equals null, item should be null at this point here. Player item interactable. It does say it's equal to null. And I'm no programmer by any means, but I like seeing this stuff. I'm mostly an artist. I see. Hey, that's the thing of, I feel like I've grown over the years with art first and then programming, but I feel like with all the experience I gained in college from programming, it feels like it's flip-flopped, as I haven't had a real education in art as much as I have programming. So I learned all the standard things and fun stuff, but never gone off on my own for things like Godot. But it's an interesting idea of whichever mindset you come from first, That's the way you usually approach it. So an artist perspective or a programmer's perspective. So that's really, really neat. It's nice to hear that. So let's see. Now that our item equals null, we can try to step into this, and item is still not null here. So something's still going away. So, you know what? This is where we bring out the big guns. We are going to give the player a tag. A rich text label here. And let's go ahead and close it here. Yep, there you are. So player, you know what? You're getting a label. A big old tag. Let me go ahead and make you a little smaller here. Yep, and we'll just, Yep, there you go. And from here, what we'll do is we'll go into player. We'll just quickly do, let's see, debug tag. That's all we'll call it. We'll go ahead and copy the unique name or access the unique name. Go all the way back to the top. And this way we can really tell what's going on underneath the hood, as the stopping and going has them in handy. So what I'll do here is in our process, so this guy here, what we'll do is if item, item equals null, and then what we'll say is if the item equals null, debug tag dot, and then text equals, and I don't know if it'll do null, so I'll just do null just in case, and then else, and we'll do debug tag dot text equal, and then we'll do item dot name, like that. So we will know. And how do you say it? Matthias? Is that it? You can tell me how close I got. But hello, and lovely to see you're working on a rhythm game. It's my favorite type of game to work on, so I had to check in. And best of luck. Thank you. I can certainly say it's been quite a doozy, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. Rhythm games are some of my favorites too, so I'm happy to be working on something I enjoy. I just never thought rhythm games would be such a pain to do. My game is not only rhythm, it's cafe and typing, so it's that thing of making sure they all go good together. And you can see, right, now this player has a big tag that says null. The hope is, if I do spawn, and we do spawn dish, if I pick the dish up, now we have the dish here. It tells us, when I interact with the trash can, we go back to null. That's the hope of doing this debug idea. So I'll go ahead and spawn another dish, pick it up, and now what are we saying? It should go back to null, and it does. And when I click this guy, sweet cookie's now on plate. So the player isn't picking it up, yet it's somehow on plate. Okay, interesting. So we know it's null. Interesting. Okay, something's not happy. Let's go back down into our input and then go back to item interactables. Are we ever reaching this function? Let's see. Click on you there. Yep. And then go here. Just want to check and see. We go back to levels here, you here. Go back to spawn. Oh, hold on. Spawn dish. Grab you. Place you down here. Pick you up. Yeah, it's never reaching this guy. Interesting. So if the interactable in range is not empty and item equals null. But item for some reason is not null. Is null. So let's see. If item equals null, else print item. Okay, let's try that. Few things we're trying to do here.
Bisky 18 just followed.
Hold on, let me get that name. Sounded like biscuit. Bisky 18. Welcome, and thank you for the follow. I hope that was at least a little bit close. Let's see. Then what spawns? Back to here. Gotta spawn you in. Spawn dish. Grab you. Put you in here. Sweet cookie. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So, it's still collecting it. There's like a point at which it goes from not null to null. So something's off still a little bit. So let's see. Gonna go ahead and remove you. Collect item. Yep. Closest item. And yeah, rhythm games can be hard to make. Oh yeah. Gotta keep the audio thread in the game thread in sync. Ooh, who's the what now? I remember hearing about it once, and I think that was one of my issues early on, was something about the audio, hearing the audio in time when it actually happens in game. My biggest, I think, hiccup was figuring out the calibration and getting the player to sync that up. But it's been dealt with now. However, for some reason, another bug appeared. Seems like when one bug is crushed, another skittles in. Let's see. Interact with ghosts in range. Nope, we don't need you. And this music's so neat. Makes the stream seem calm. What do you mean seem? Isn't it calm? Can't you feel the calmness from here? No, I'm glad you enjoy the music. I think definitely changing it from more cutesy lo-fi to piano has been a lot nicer. I've been enjoying it a lot more. Let's see. Go back to here and fix me, player can't see customer? Seems like that is a future big problem. What we're looking for right now is items interactable in the range. Yeah, you. Why is our item, so if item equals null, for some reason, we're still not seeing the item as null. So get closest item interactables in range. Yep. So item interactable range equal empty. What I want to do, I think, is print out or find a way to look into the sky and see, all right, what are you seeing? As it shouldn't be picking up the dish. And it's always fun. It's always from one bug to the other. Oh yeah. They never end. It's ongoing. So many of them. Let's see. Let's go back to here. Go back to here. Yeah, closest interactable, an item. So we go through the items in range. However, okay. I think when we remove the item from our inventory, I think that's the issue. What I think should possibly happen is if we delete the item from our inventory, so if we go back to, let's see, items, this guy here, what I'm thinking is, not only do we have to do this, we have to do items in range, and then we have to do dot, and then, let's see, erase, and then let's go ahead and do item. Do that. Let's see, that might fix it, because maybe it's still looking at the items in range. So since it's still in range, it hasn't removed it. Maybe that's the issue. Let's go back in here, spawn the guy in. Yep, grab you, move you down. All right, null. I did it. That really was it. It was staying in the range. However, now it doesn't want to put the plate back down. Okay, progress is being made. Let me get some water. Oh, that's good to know. I'm glad that was the issue. Good. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Hold on. Tasty. Okay. Now our issue is the player doesn't seem to think I don't have this object that I'm holding. So let's try to reassign that. What I'll do instead is player collect item. I made this guy here for when the bookshelf spawned it. So what I'll do is for this plate, right? After we unassign it, instead of the current item collect player, what we're gonna do instead is do collect item. Player dot collect item. We need to change that collect item to not underscore. I try my best to stay up to, what would you call it? The rule of conduct when it comes to naming things. A lot of these stuff need to be changed, but for example, if a function has an underscore in front of it, that means you only use it in this area it was born. So for example, I don't have an underscore under use item and interact since we use it outside of this guy here. For player, because I only used it in that collect item, now what we can do is just remove that guy to say, hey, we use this in other places, not just player. And if we go back to collect item, where do we use it? I think it might be a signal. Interesting. Okay. We do use it outside, so that's why I'm guessing if we go into our bookshelf here, or rather, you know what? Just do Control-Shift-F, collect item. See, Control-Shift-F, collect item, fine. Aha, I see. Move you up here. Yup, item manager. That should not be an underscore. It should be like that. That should make it easy peasy. Okay, good. Saying that, let's see. Go back into our close item manager, player collect item, and then we're going to do current item. Like that. Move you. See if that changes our issue by using that function instead. And let's see. Oh, keep bumping the mic. I moved it to a different position the other weekend. It's been nice, but it's been in my face. Let's see. Go ahead and spawn you. Spawn dish. Go ahead and grab you, pick you up, place you down. Okay. And now, what are you angry at? Invalid collect item in player base. The object derived class dish is not subclass. I see. Player collect item expects an item. Okay. This should be an interactable. Try that. Do that instead. And look, the juxtaposition of Chaos Queen airs the call music. I have no clue what you're talking about. We've went over this many, many times. I am the furthest thing from chaos. Can't you hear the music? Is that not enough to tell you that this entire stream is not about chaos, it's about calmness and programming and big brain things. Let me do spawn and then spawn dish here. Grab you, put you down, pick you up. Oh, look at that. Oh, hold on. Sometimes wants to work, sometimes does not want it. Or maybe it's the range. Grab you, put you down. Grab you, put you down. Oh, that's neat. Now we can pick things up and put them down. Sure, the plate is a little funny. And let's see, sweet cookies now on plate. We're also getting some debug messages. Is that me or? I think it might be me. Yeah, hold on. Let's close it again, reopen it. Something's still off, but we're in the right direction. And my favorite genre streamer, calm chaotic vibes to game dev too. It reminds me of the, I don't remember the words exactly, but it was like not a lo-fi playlist, but like a hardcore rock and roll playlist, like a heavy metal playlist to study at the end of terms too. It was that, if you want chaotic, that was chaotic. Let's see, spot it. And hold on, let me clear my nose. Let me grab you here and you here. Okay, we're good to go. It's nice to have some Dux sanitizer around, and let me also get some water. And bless ya. Thank ya. Oh man, and oh.
Actualxter just followed.
Actualxter. Sounds like actually. Thank you for the follow. You can tell me how close I got, and I can try to redo the name again. But welcome in, and let's see. I can listen to that, or I can listen to my favorite game dev streamer ears. You're very, very sweet. I'm glad to be for your entertainment. It's about the same. No chaos, I tell you. None. Let's see. Okay, so we're holding the item, right? We're doing the thing, and then we put the item. Oh, we're not holding the item actually. Now we're holding the item. Let's go ahead and put the item down, and now we're null. We should be able to pick the item back up. Okay, sweet cookie is now on plate. So why is it only when you're here? Interesting. So I think if the item has a target, we shouldn't be able to see it. As if we go here, something I think is off with the area itself. I think it has to do with the object being in place with the sweet cookie. So for example, they're not overlapping. Maybe that's why. As if I'm on the object here, it works. But if I'm here, okay, if I'm here, you should work. If I'm here, I'm not in range. Now I'm in range. Okay, I'm in range here. Am I still in range here? Interesting. It feels like it works sometimes, and then sometimes not. But it is working, but I don't like how it's not working quite. Given to player, let's add that space there. Let's see, plate, yep. Given to space there. Okay, and it's now on. Good. Okay, let's go ahead, save this guy again. I want to see, let's go ahead and just remove the collision shapes to see what the player would see. What does it feel like if we're not even looking at the collision guys? Go back to the levels here. Go ahead to here. Spawn object or spawn dish. Grab you here. So we're holding it. We can go ahead and put it down here. And it's now on here. You would expect to be able to go back to the object. And you can see, sweet cookie is now on plate. Okay. And it's working, but I don't like how it's not working. Exactly. For some reason, when you interact, it's saying sweet cookie is now on plate. So we go back to here, right? We go back to where that message is sent. So the plate here is now on. So when we use that item, and tough. Eventually it'll work. Yeah, you just gotta give it a second. Let's see. Back to player here. And in the interact, I think is the guy we want to use, or use item. So let's go to use item. Let's see. Use item. Interact to customer. Is that it? No. Interesting. It's going to be the object use item. So I think if we go to our input, go to you here, and then here, if item is null, return. If not, interactables in range. So for some reason, it's using the use item despite the fact. So what we'll do is we'll click this guy here. We'll go through the scenario we went before and see why. So if I go ahead and click you here, go back to levels, go back to you here. Spawn, dish, yep. Grab you, pick you up, put you down. Good to go, pick you up. It's not going into the guy. Did I make sure you were at the stop? Interesting. Excuse me. Let's see. If I click on you here, interact with items. What if I click you here? Is that the stop point you want instead? Let's give it a go. If I click you, go back to here, go back to spawn. And, hello, Eris. Hello, Scyther. Welcome in. Welcome to stream. I see. Weird. Okay, let's go ahead and skip you. Go back into here, but welcome in. Let's see. Go ahead and place you down. This should be another guy. And now we should walk into this guy again. So grab you. Okay, so if not items in interactable range is empty, okay, so our item should be currently, it's saying it's null. So if we go ahead and go into, step into, yep. So if item is null, yep, and if we go here, sweet cookie is now on plate. It's currently on plate. Let's go back to you. Nope, you. Yep, you. Then let's go into, let's see, continue in. So we should get the item closest, interact with. Yep. And this item should be the item interactable guy here. So this should be you. And then we do interact. And then if current item equals null, then we do super interact. So is your current item equal to null? No, it's not equal to null. Let's go back to here, okay? So utility print, and now we give it to the player. So step into, we go ahead and just print this guy out, and the player takes the item. Player has now been given the item, and collect item, all these guys. Collect, ooh, a new target is followed. Yep, okay. And the dish guy here, that should be fine, I think. If new target is customer, okay. I think we're good. So step into, follow equals true. You here, and then we go current item. So is that why sweet has been given to player? Okay, so I should have it now. Let's go ahead and put it back down. And we should, let's see. So it's been given to player, and it should now go back onto plate. So item should not be null. Let's go back in, step into. Item is not null, yep, okay. Item collect, do all of those guys. Okay, pick up item, grab ya. If we go ahead and go over you. Oh, this is where, okay. So we tried to collect it, and it says it's now on plate. So it seems to be doing it twice. Sometimes does it, sometimes doesn't do it. Just odd. Okay, first off, let's go ahead and remove that debug tag. So I'll grab you here, move you back here. I don't think we need the debug tag anymore. We're close, but not quite there yet. We'll go ahead and remove you. Don't teach you anymore, I don't think so. Save you there. And then for the sweet cookie is now on plate. Since this guy keeps getting printed, I think that's where we'll have it hold on to. So sweet cookie guy happens because, let's see, items interactables. It happens because we do you. Get closest item interactable, interact self. Yep, okay. Let's go ahead and see about this here. Yep. And then from here, levels, you here. Gonna go ahead and spawn you again. See where we're at, spawn dish. Pick you up, move you in. We're good to go. Now we should get a pause because we're trying to pick it up. Good, we get a pause. And let's see. I think the player does pick it up. Oh, no, they don't yet. Let's go ahead and go in, step into. We go ahead and get the closest item interactable, which is you. Yep, and it should be, I think it should be 1 in the array. Current value, closest item, interactables in blah, blah, blah. Interactables in range, yep. Only 1 item or object to interact with. Step into, get all of these guys, and return the closest item. So now we're in the interact guy here. And let's see, did it do plate? Yeah, nope. So it's now on plate. Okay. Did it already do is now on plate? I don't believe so. We have interact. And let's see. Oh, hold on. In game. Okay. So if current item equals null, but it shouldn't equal null. So we'll go ahead and go back to, let's see, continue in. Yep. And then we have you. All right. And player item. We print all of these guys out. We collect the item, and then we make our current item null. So that should be true. Very true. Current item equals null. And then we return. Alrighty. And we should have the item now. It has been given to the player. Player, do you have the item? Survey says. Actually, I don't know. Sweet cookie has been given to the player. Let's try to continue the game. Let's see. Go past that point. And I'm alive! Hi, Toak. Welcome back. I hope your run was great. I hope it was great to see you. Or fun to do, at least. Let's see. And oh, I saw that.
Turkfode I just followed.
I'm telling you, it's so weird how it lets you do it and do it not and true and not and true. And finally. Welcome back in. So let's see. And 800 followers? I don't know why just on and off, but I do appreciate it. It was fantastic. You deserve a follow. It's silly how it does the notification every time. And ads are about to start already. Why? Can't believe it's already been 2 hours. Or 3. No, 2. 2. Alright, well let the ads run. That way I can have some coffee and some water. So far, it's going in a good direction. I think once we figure out this bug, we'll be able to add more object interactables to the screen. Fingers crossed. We'll see. So let me go ahead and click on you here. Tasty. And then let me go ahead and get some of you. So one thing I wasn't sure about is if we just have to go near the table to interact with the object, or do we want to do something different? I don't know. I think, well, I should probably save it for when we get back from the ads. There's a few ideas I have, but I'm not quite too sure which one I want yet. I want to have these on me. I wonder how it tallies it up. Let me go ahead and stir this guy here and get a sip. Okay, that's a little hot. For Christmas, I was given a desk heater, or a cup warmer for like one of those electronic guys you can plug into the USB. It's made it nice since usually when I stream, I chat so much I don't have time to drink my coffee or my tea. So it's nice in the sense of I can always have a warm drink on demand. However, the lowest setting is very hot. So depending on how much liquid is in the cup, it's either going to be super hot when I drink it or just right. And it depends, but I'm really glad I have it. It's been a nice, lovely gift. Let's see, in game here. Yeah, gonna go ahead and click on you. Okay, yeah. All right. I also keep 2 cups of water, or not cups, but bottles of water with me. Makes things a lot easier since usually the max I've drunken is 2. I don't think there's ever been a time I've streamed and I've drunken 3. Maybe new records will be beaten one day, but let me get some water too. Okay, water is all good to go, all done. I'm already 1 water bottle down, and it's not even been halfway through the stream. So, you know what? Maybe today can be the day where we get extra hydrated. We'll see. I'm curious why this guy isn't working. It's really strange. I am uncertain. But let me go ahead and start drawing out what I'm thinking while we wait on the ads. Let's go back into concepts here. I will go ahead and zoom in. Now, where were we? Yes. The answer was yes, somewhere. This is why it's good to have a big overview. For example, I have big word calibration. Makes it easy to see when I zoom out as. This isn't even the first board I had. There was another one, but it got corrupted. And I found it. Here we are. Here we are. This is what I was talking about earlier. So now that we've had a bit of time to discuss the desk, hopefully things make a little bit more sense. And let me move it up here a little bit. And Eldritch being of wisdom, should I try to draw a trench coat of those rags you see gods wear? Rags? Do you mean, what are they called? The robes that have like the, that thing there, and then they've got the little flourishes like here, and then they've got like the body here, and then the thing here like that, and then the things, and then you have the little head here, and then the little smiley face. Hold up, yeah, your eyes are a little funny, mouth there, and then your hand, yep, this thing, yeah. And welcome back from the ads. I was just drawing a trench coat thingy from Greece. I wanted to discuss the idea of the desk, as now that you've had an idea of what I'm trying to go for. I bring it back to the question of, for this object, right? It starts with having that plate, so that object area that holds items, and players should add or remove items. We do have that. For the plate, though, I'm not sure how it would work. Would it be a mega plate, or would it be areas it can hold objects? Maybe we make this object able to have an array of some sort, or something? I'm not quite too sure. Maybe it can have like a capacity, and then you can make it flexible. But what if I want this shape versus this shape? Then how can we modify it? That's what I'm not too sure about, but it's always a thing of testing around. So saying that, let's go back into Godot and back into programming here. So we were just testing to see why we were getting the bug we were. I go head back to you, and I go ahead and drop the plate back off. Good to go. Pick the plate back up. Okay, so let's see. We are in if item equals null, and we have sweet cookie is now on plate. It does do it twice. Huh. Weird. Hold on. Let me see if I click play on here, and I just want to see if it prints it twice. So levels here, you here, go back to here, spawn our cookie. So spawn dish, pick you up, put you down. Okay, now on plate once, and go ahead and skip over you. Actually, turn this off. We don't need you anymore. And skip on through. So it should appear once. Player has now been given. My guess is it might say it twice next time. So put you down, now on plate, and when you pick it up, now on plate. Okay, interesting. That was the initial bug. And then if I click it again, I should pick it back up. Yeah, place it down, pick it up, place it down, pick it up, place it down, pick it up, pick it up. And it seems to happen once, and then it's okay. Uh-huh. She's got long arms. Oh. I threw it away. Spawn dish. Yeah, let's, okay. Put you down, pick it up. Put you down. I should not be able to pick it up again, I think. Huh. Uh-huh. Let's move up here. Okay. What about here? Oh, here. Uh-huh. Interesting. What about here? Okay. We're gonna have to move this trash can, or I'm gonna keep throwing things away. So let's just go over to the cafe and just do one of these moves. There we go. Trash can no longer. Go back here. Now it's over there. Now we can't possibly mess that up. Interesting. So it seems like maybe it only happens once, which is really weird. We have if player... Okay, let's see. Oh, I teleported. Let me spawn you back in. I want to try again. Because last time, what we did to fix it up was place it down. It's fine. You pick it up. It was okay. You place it back down. And then you couldn't pick it back up. So if I do restart, go back into here, and go back to kitchen. If we spawn this guy back in, so spawn the dish, put it down, pick it up, put it down, won't be able to pick it up. Okay. Alright, you want to play that game? Fine, if I close the whole program, click play again. Am I understanding this bug, or is it something else entirely? Go back here, spawn, dish, okay. Place it down, pick it up. Place it down, won't be able to pick up. What? Hold on. Okay. What if it's to do with spawn? Oh, okay. Restart. Spawn dish. We'll go back down here. Spawn dish. Yep. Okay. 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 Restart entirely. Try that. And Gabby, what were you doing? Let's see. Restart. Okay. Go back to here. Spawn you again. Is it the position we're picking it up at? Is that it? As I know, we disabled it so when the player is near that object, it shouldn't be in the area. So put you down. Sweet cookies now on plate. Yep. Try to pick you back up. There it is.
Ubercharge _ already just followed.
Thank you, Uber Charge ready. Oh wait, that's TF2, isn't it? I don't know how to say it in the medic accent. I haven't heard it in forever. But welcome in. I do have to play TF2 again. It was a very fun game. So let's see. Okay. Pick you up. Sweet cookies now on plate. It's some areas, I think, because maybe it's to do with the player detecting it. You should only be able to interact with the plate. I think the player is trying to interact with the plate and the cookie. Maybe that's the issue here. Let's see if I close this guy here. Honestly, you saying that makes me want to play it again, even if I'm terrible at. Oh yeah. Why do you think I stopped? Yeah, I'm a big fan. Oh, well, I'm not a big fan of FPSs, but I like character FPSs. I was really into Overwatch 1. Overwatch 2, different story. And then, oh, don't get me started on Marvel Rivals. I used to want to go pro. I used to train every day after school on my aim. Join a small team in school after school program where we did scrims. Those are a lot of fun times. Let's see. If item equals null, and I like Marvel Rivals enough, it's fun. But if you're bad, you're bad. It's their Scout go brr. It's a fun, silly game. Let's see. If item equals null. Okay, so what I'm thinking is the item should not be detectable if it has a thing. And I'm bad? Oh, yeah. But what's fun is playing with friends. And you can all be bad together. Player, I'm guessing maybe the collect item, possibly. What we need to say is, or maybe it's the order of operation. Go back to plate. Okay, possibly interact, collect item, current item. We'll go ahead and set it to var item to collect. CLLCT, item to collect. It is an interactable. Actually, no, no. We won't even set it as. It could be an item. It could be something else. So we'll just, no, it's interactable. Interactable, it's fine. INTR, interactable, equals current item. Then we go ahead then, set current item to null. Try this. Does that fix it? I'm thinking maybe it's the order of operation with assigning it. I did read that. Good. And I kid, I'm decent. I see. And I'm not gold or anything. If anything, I think I'm a bronze. I think I got up to maybe gold. A gold. I got up to platinum. Platinum. I was low plat, very low plat. I got to plat, never played again. I wanted to keep that honor. And TF2 is all enjoyment and fun until somebody in the lobby knows how to play the engineer. Oh man, oh, that was a sight to behold. Let me spawn in the dish here and wow. I don't want to go down. So let's see it. Watch out, we got a plot in our hands. Oh, you mean it that way? Like I said, as soon as I got the plot, stop playing. Waited until next season. Took all the screenshots. So let's see. Go back into here. Drop it. Pick it up. Drop it. Pick it up. Drop it. Pick it up. I think I fixed it. I think that was the issue, was that it was reassigning a lot. Well, I don't know what that was there. Let's close it, restart it again. I just want to make sure the system works before we continue. I also want to make sure we can put items on it as well, and that's something we can test currently, right? So let's go back here. Go back into here. I should be able to put items on it, not just dishes. And humble braggers over here. Oh no, did you not hear the part about me being terrified of losing that plot as soon as I got one game? And hi, I wanted to know, why does game devs need funding? I'm starting my game dev journey and can't figure out why funding's so important. Well, hi, GP to Jagger. welcome in. And that's a good question. Well, to begin, it's a thing of, how much time do you plan to spend on developing your game? If you want to make your game fast, so you want to make it in a few years compared to like a decade maybe, then you're going to need to spend time on it. And for a lot of people, they have jobs, right? So it's a thing of, if you come home from work, do you want to then hop right on to developing games? Or do you want to have a career in game development itself? So it's a thing of, you need money to live. So are you getting it from a job or are you getting it from game development? And if you can fund it with game development, that means you can spend more time on your game and creating it, as opposed to having to work a job and then game development. So doing multiple things. Let's just do them all. And thank you to Bot Musty. What an interesting name. Welcome in. And hi, Camino. Welcome to you as well. Excuse me. For me, it's a thing of Steam. To get a game up on Steam, it takes $100. So it's a thing too. How much are you willing to put in? But once you put the $100 in Steam, once your game makes that $100 back, you do get it. And hi, hello. And because money, yep, money is important. Especially, it's the thing of also, are you a solo dev or are you in a group of devs? If you don't know how to make the art or the music of your game, are you going to spend money commissioning artists who do know how to do those things? Or are you going to have to learn how to do those things? It's a lot of things I think of, like time allocation. Do you want to spend time learning these skills? Do you want to spend time debugging your game? How do you want to spend that time? And that's where money can come in handy, as the saying goes, time is money. I think that's what it comes down to. So let's see. And outsourcing and marketing can also, yep, outsourcing and marketing. Marketing's a really good one too, yeah. How are you gonna get your game out to the masses? A lot of game devs decide to make YouTube stuff like I'm doing. However, making YouTube, running a YouTube channel, making shorts, editing, making devlogs, that does still take away from developing your game. And for example, if I had more money, I could then fund like having an editor to edit my videos instead of me editing my videos. So it's really that thing of, where are you trying to spend your time? Where are you trying to spend your money at? Hopefully, maybe eventually I get to that point where I can spend a lot of my time working on game development and less time worrying about managing YouTube stuff, but that comes down the line, I'm sure of it. And yep, so it's to do it full time. Yep. To do it full time to help with more on the game. What resources can you add to the game? What could you do if you had more time? And hey, Eris. Hey, everyone. How's it going? Hi, Kenzo Play. Welcome in. Oh, didn't you see to call you Kenzo, I think? If I can recall, but welcome in. Please correct me, as eventually I'll get it right. And thank you so much. No worries. I hope that answered the question. I know it's a thing of just why, especially if you're a hobbyist. But if you want to go full time with game dev, especially because it's super tricky, it's a thing of you don't know if your game will make money. You could spend years on it, but it can only make maybe $30. And maybe had you spent more money on marketing, from some people can hear about it, maybe that can also help. So it's just a thing of, yeah, just balancing. And hi, Z7 Traders. How you say it? Welcome in. Welcome to time allocation. I was just trying to see if I spawn my object in, spawn a dish, spawn it in, grab it. Does it work now? Pick up, drop. What if I do it here? Pick up, drop. Okay. Oh, I pressed the button, it didn't do the thing. Now on play, go into player. Okay, I think it's working now. And that's why marketing's important. Yep, YouTube and trying to do SEO on YouTube is important. Yep, 100%. Marketing goes a long way. And hi there, game developer. Hi, pseudonym. What a lovely name. Want to see my game that I'm making? I put a game on Steam and only sold 8 copies. If you... I wouldn't be able to look at it right now, but I do have a Discord if you want to have, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of words at the moment. And yep, good, I'm learning. Good. Gotta get big brain. But if you like, what is it? Games, yeah. I have a Discord you can put your game in, and there's like a section for it if you'd like. You should be able to find the Discord in the description. Saying that, pick up, put down. I think it's working. Maybe I'm doing it too fast. Let's do it a little bit slower. Pick up, put down. Pick up, put down. Pick up, put down. Okay. It seems to be functional. Now let's see if we can figure out why the plates aren't doing their plate thing. Or at least, why are you appearing down here when we need you at like a level 10? I'm questioning if it's because of the, our item itself. Let's try it with the item. If we coded it properly, we should be able to also put the item on the plate. So we go back here, right? Grab an item. Moment of truth here. Do you go on the plate? It does. And it goes properly on the plate. But then it won't let me pick it up. Interesting. It didn't wanna. What about here? Interesting. Okay, Something's off still. Something's quite not right. Let's grab a cookie. Alrighty, cookie. Uh-huh. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But why? We want it to be consistent. Let's see, put you down here. Okay. For the cookie, at least, if it is a dish, what I'm wondering is how we can offset it. The reason why the dish is all the way down here is because of the way the dish works with the player. If I set it differently, yeah, the dish right now is paired to the player's position. As in, if I go back into the game here, spawn in a dish. The dish is like this because of, what is it called? The Z-index? So for example, if I go down here, I'm in front of the plate. If I go back here, I'm behind it. So the Z-index changes, it's the position. I think I have it set up for the eyes. So if I pick up this dish here, it's set in the hands. That's why it is the way it is. However, when we put it in this object, it goes below the object because it goes below the player. So if I want to change it, is it a thing of I'm going to have to change the Z-index around, or what am I gonna have to do? If we go ahead and spawn a customer, so go ahead and spawn customer, go ahead and seat the customer. Oh, seat the customer. We can see, oh, hold on. Throw that away. Grab this customer here. They want a sweet, sweet cake. So I'll go ahead and spawn a sweet, sweet cake in. Let's see, dish list. Oh, dish list. I need the list. There we are, items. A sweet, sweet cake, I believe, was what they wanted. Yep, sweet, sweet cake. So let's go ahead and spawn in a sweet, sweet cake. So I can go ahead and do spawn dish. If I do spawn dish, it should be a sweet, sweet cake. So it should be 1, and then it can be sweet, sweet. So it needs to be 1, 1, 1. There we are. Alrighty, customer, you want a sweet, sweet cake? So what I was saying about the ordering, right? If I go down here, I'm in front of it. If I go behind it, I'm behind it. That's why I have them in front behind. They're offset. However, even with me trying to figure out everything with offset, if I pick this guy back up, serve it to the customer, it doesn't feel right with ordering sometimes. Right now, it should be on the desk. It's not on the desk. It's behind the desk. It is weird. And, oh, is it Exuno? Is that how you say it? Welcome in. And that in-game interactive shell is very cool. Thank you. It is, if you're curious, it's the Panku console. If I go into here and just type Panku, it's an add-on. So if you think you'd love to use it, as for me, I grew up with Minecraft, so having the Minecraft command type of thing has been a lot of fun. But if you want it, it is Panku Consoles by K2Kra. So there you go. And let's go back into here. Yep. And coding seems hard. It's hard, but it's fun. I do enjoy it. It's that thing of trying to solve a situation. So I think, right, because I made it this way so that the cake would stay on target. And what I believe I can do is I believe I have it set up where I can spawn a customer. So if I just do spawn customer, so spawn, and if I do the customer as 1, 1, 1, 1, should spawn them with sweet, sweet cake. And the hope was that doing this ordering would make it so that the cake would spawn or go on the desk. But it doesn't want to go on the desk, it goes behind the desk. If I spawn in the dish, grab the dish, it's right now in front of me, put it near or give it to the customer, behind the desk. It should be on top. So it's the thing of, it's already not working, so do we just reset it? As, if I go ahead and grab this guy, right? Go back to the dish, reset it, so we reset the position to you here. We reset the collision shape to be at this position 0, and then we also reset the sprite. Look what happens. So we go back to offset, undo the offset. How does it act now? If I go ahead and click play on here, all of these things, spawn in the dish. And now that we've reset the position, see where it lands. And if I go ahead and pick it up, it's now on the face. So I guess in this case, right, we would just have to lower it to the hands. So for example, on the player, the tray is at the eyes. So what if we just take the tray? As this tray guy here is responsible for moving the, what do you call it? The dish around. So if we put it at her hands, save it, go back to the game, she's now holding it. Let's move it up a little bit more. Maybe this will help it look less funny instead of doing the offset, something like this. So now we're holding it that way. It now lines up with the plate, right? So pick it up, put it down, pick it up, put it down. Maybe this will also help with the oh, I tried to pick it up there and it did not pick it up. So it look at that. What is that? Maybe it's interesting. If I stand still? No. Huh. Weird. Oh, I threw it away. Hold on. Grab the dish back and ooga booga. Hi, Nuke Bird. Welcome in. Ook book. Let's see. Grab you and you're not spawned at the player's feet. Okay. That's a weird guy. If we go back to just the spawn guy, so back to our cheats. Oh, hold on. Lowercase maybe? CHEATS. Cheats. Back into here. On spawn dish at player position. Let's spawn it at the tray position. So this guy here, Control F, find. Let's go to where we connect it. Here, spawn dish at player position. Set it not to be the player's position, but to be the tray. Tray. I believe I call it tray. Tray is not a thing. What are we calling it? Tray on the player. Dish scene, item scene. Spawn dish at player position. Player.tray. Player.tray. How about that? It should take care of the spawning issue I had. And hi, Pneumatic. Welcome in. Chaos Gremlin. I'm gonna have to look around as I don't know who you're talking about. But welcome in. And ooga booga debugging feels so familiar. We're going back to Lua times. So now if I spawn it, it should spawn at my feet. Good. Okay. And I'm behind the desk, right? So it makes sense that it's behind. If I go ahead and spawn a customer again, I'm just curious to see. Spawn customer, we'll do 1-1 to make it easy on us. 1-1-1. Go ahead and seat the customer. We need to throw this guy away. So we'll go ahead and throw you. Move you here. Go ahead and spawn dish. So spawn you. Spawn it at 1-1. So it's a sweet, sweet cake. Grab the cake. Go to the customer. Pick up the customer. Cake, do you want to go on the desk? No, it does not. Yeah, you know what? We are dealing with other issues at the moment. I'll go ahead and just let the customer leave. We go back here. Right. Okay. So for some reason, the good news is now the dish is spawning in the area, which is what we wanted. It's now in the area. And hi, Devilor. Welcome in. Hi, chat. Hi, Eris. Hello. Welcome to bugs. Let's see. So it seems to work sometimes. Right now, the issue is when I click the interact button, just like right now, I should have picked the plate up. However, it says Sweet Cookie is now on plate, but it hasn't said it's left the player's inventory. So maybe let's add a command for that. So let's go here to player. Let's add a guy that says, hey, you've been removed, and add it to. I think that would be a good idea. So we'll go into our plate here, go remove trash, plate here, and what we're going to do is go you here, then go back to player, and hello, Eris! Hello, Ton Oliver! Hi! Welcome in! I don't believe I've seen that name before, so welcome in. I hope you're well. Let's see, and oh! Jaxie Quinn, is that how you say it? Welcome to you as well. Welcome on downtown. Let's see, you know.
Tired algorithm just
Tired
followed.
Algorithm. What a name. Welcome into all three of ya. And hi, hello. Let's see. Oh, cool, you're using Godot. Yep. I've been practicing making games in it, and it's super nice to you. Godot's lovely. I've been using it for now, I think, 1.5 years, and it's been great. And yes, this immaculate music pairs particularly splendid with the sound of perseverance and cogs grinding in the cranium of the eldritch lady. Plenty fancy, I must say. Pish posh. And lurking? No worries. I'm taking over my lurking shift for today. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. Let's see. I want to do a command to let me know that I'm in the guy, and here's the fix. If dish equal pickup, remove item, else don't remove. Hi, Ryler Top or Ryler OP? You can tell me how. That's an interesting one. Hold on. Right now, how my dishes work, or rather my items, so if I go back to here, my interactables, they follow an object, and this is the target. So the if dish equals pick up. So what I'm checking right now for is if the dish's target is null. So the idea is who's the owner of the dish. When the player holds it, the player is the owner. When the plate holds it, the plate is the owner. So in my code for the player, what I have hit is if the dish, so if we go to interact with items, there should be on detection range somewhere along this guy. Yeah. So here's where I try to have it, where on the detection range area entered, if the object target is... Oh, you know, remember how I said earlier about, hey, I wonder if this worked? I think I answered my own question. I'm guessing it is correct to do this guy and not this guy, is my guess. If I do, does that fix the issue? As I was wondering the words, let's see, and don't remove. Interesting, let's see. And I did read that, good. So levels, back to you, spawn dish, grab you, pick you up, put you down. Let's try the drive-by. Drive-by is working. Oh man, I think that was the issue. I think it was equal self, that guy there, which is nice. Also another ordering spooky ghost cookies. Okay, yeah, I think that bit of code there. Thank you for pointing that out, as I completely forgot I made that well, had the idea, but I didn't go back to try the other one. I think that completely fixed it. Okay, good. And since that is that, let me go ahead and stop the program and let me make the backup. So we have a save in case anything else goes wrong. So where are we at? Let's see, games here, and then I have the beta. I can go ahead and open this guy here, open with code, and then go ahead and save it. Make sure we save it to the Git. So go ahead and grab your branch here, changes all of you. Go ahead and make sure you're selected. Yep. And then we'll say plate, PLATE, and commit and push. Yep. Okay. So that's all safe. That's all good to go. And BRB, no worries too crazy. Feel free to go and come as you please. So let's see. Okay. And build a desk, just gonna move stuff over. I see. Organizing is always fun. So I hope you have a fun time enjoying it. Okay. Let's double check with the items. And if the items are good to go, then we can move on to the desk or the casting area. So let's see. I just want to see if we grab an item, right? It's picked up, put it down. Pick it up, put it down. It seems to be functional. Pick it up, put it down. Pick it up, put it down. Good. Okay, that's good to go. The idea is that not only are we going to have just an area you can put objects at, so if you want to put things down at, I also want to have an area you can put this here. So step one, right? And let me go back into concepts to get everyone caught up. If we go back to here and click on this guy here, let's zoom out a little bit. So interact with bookshelf, done. Menu pops up, good. Select item, good. Pick up items, done. Place on desk, done. Or place on plate. Let's maybe kind of do this a little bit. Yeah, place on place, PLACE on plate. Yep, PLATE. Yep, there we are. Done. And then place on desk now. And hi to blah 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 words. The geometry dash guy. Welcome in. And I also use Godot. It's really easy to learn. Godot's been very fun. I've been having a lovely time with it. I love the menus and the nodes and things of that nature. So now that leaves us back to our question at hand. I'm wondering, right? How do we set up a way for you to put items on the desk? Right now, the hope is that, and the idea we can do, if we go back into programming here, the hope is that in the game, I will have an overall desk or like a desk area that will have children of the desk. So for example, if I go into a cafe here, or nope, cancel the game, yep. And then we'll go back into Cafe U, yep. The idea is that we have the 3 of these guys set up. So we have like a one guy here. Let's go ahead and close you here, yep. And anywhere I want to have an area at, I can just place these guys down. So we have a guy here, and then we also have another guy here. So there's 3 plates here, and when all plates are interacted with, when all 3 are placed down, then the spell starts. So you have to do like an activate button, something like that. And if I go ahead and click play here, I'm just curious to test and see how well it works. I haven't done this before, and it's interesting to think it, but it's another thing to do it entirely. So for example, you want sweet, you grab this guy, you put him down, grab you, put you down. Interesting. We'll have to change that. Right now, I put this guy down, so it interacts with both things. I think if you interact with an object, or interact with the menu and the player is full, then they shouldn't use the object. And then it would be sweet, so it'll be like, sweet cake. And then you put the cake down. And now that all of these guys are here, you could maybe... Actually, you know what? I never got this far. I didn't think this far ahead. If you can pick up objects and place them back down, and also let me just change the menu guy here, as that is super weird. Also, I think the player's AoE should be changed a little bit, their detection range. I think it should be smaller. That way there's more precision with your calculations. So let's see. Let me make you like this. Make it a little smaller. And hi, Banan. Welcome to stream. Welcome. And well, this looks awesome so far. Thank you. It's been, it's been a few weeks of trying to get this bookshelf down, but things are coming along swimmingly. I wanted to do for our, let's see, item manager here. Screen, screen keeper. This is how I'm currently organizing my screens. Where we are at here, player scored. Yeah. So this is where, I don't remember who suggested it. Someone suggested earlier having more of a global player feel, and I think that's important now, as if we go to our, not scorekeeper, our screen keeper, screen keeper, this guy here is responsible. Well, why are we in scorekeeper again? We need our screen manager. Screen manager, where are you at? Screen, S-C-R-E-N, screen manager. No, that is not it. I'll just type it here, screen. There you are. And then we need to go to screen manager. You, this guy right here. And these types of fixes will fix all other related interactions like cheats and looting corpses later in the game. Yep. I think now it's come to a point where having the global player would be more beneficial than passing the player in. As I wasn't sure before, I got so used to the habit of future proofing that I would spend so much time trying to think of every clause that I didn't think about the now. So I've tried to rein that back in and only change things when needed. And do you remember the Deltarune voice actor video I made? I do. I appreciate you casting me as Noelle. That was very sweet. Let's see. Did I miss anything? No, we're good. Okay, so now instead what we'll do is we'll go into our utility, so our global guy here, and now we will have a global player. So if we go here, I don't believe it is the moment at, yeah, okay, good. A lot of these guys are old code that I am currently refactoring, but in the meantime now, we'll just add on to here. So we'll do var, and we'll do player. Then we'll go ahead and do player, and we'll set it equal to null. And then from there, what we'll do is this guy down here, and then we'll go into our cafe. So when our cafe is instantiated, we shall say, hey, I want to set the player. So down here to ready. And what we'll do is utility.player. So utility.player, player equals player, like this. And that should take care of everything. So now what we can do, and I'm making a second one, but only I have 3 so far. I see. What was I gonna say? Words. The video I made before was very lovely, so I'm curious to see what you come up with for casting this time around. So let's see. Utility.player equals player. Yes. That makes sense. So now, if we go back into our item screen, so not our item manager, we're looking for, let's see, cookbook? Nope. Cheats? Nope. We're looking for screen manager. There we are. And wait a minute, is that Super Mario theme? Sneaky feels good, man. For the longest time, I've been trying to find good music for background sounds. Beforehand, it was like sweet, cutesy lo-fi, which I really enjoyed, but it didn't loop quite well. Then for another time, for one stream only, it was piano music, but it was copyrighted piano music, despite the fact of it being in a game. So I was streaming the game music to audio music. So since I enjoyed the piano version so much, I had to find music. And the music I could come up with was this channel, I believe it's Game Chops. They have a lot of piano renditions of game songs. So you'll probably hear stuff like Sonic, Mario, and I think Zelda. I think this one's Zelda. But hopefully it's not too distracting. And it'll be more interesting now that chapter 3 and 4 are out, which means more characters. Well, I wish you the best of luck. And stream safe music pain. Yep. But I think it worked out for the best. My worry was always that the music would be a little bit too distracting since it is recognizable. But maybe it's not. And hi, Disco. Welcome in. And waiting for the Ocarina of Time soundtrack then. Laying down the sick beats. So let's see here. Now in our screen manager, right? When we have here in-game, this is how I currently swap the screens. And Pixel Art's fun. I could get a trench coat to look right. Turns out I forgot that they're supposed to have arms. Arms are important. I forgot too when making my character, she needed arms. So I understand the pain. Let's see. The way this guy works is it switches from different states of the game. So that's how we tell if we should go in the menu. So instead here, right, for our, let's see, current game state, input if interaction's not pressed. Yep. So if it's not UI cancel. So this takes care of our escape. What we need to do is check the bookshelf. So if I go into our bookshelf and go into this guy here, we're checking the code. If action just pressed is interact, open the bookshelf. What I'm wondering is, right, there's a few solutions we could have in Sleeveless Trench Coat. It's called the rule of cool. There's a few ways we could solve this, and I brought it up before, but do we want to set a priority? That would be helpful. Another thing is I can make this room bigger so that the bookshelves are all the way back here. And the idea is then that you would never have to worry about doing two things at once. I can make her perception smaller so that you have less of a time interacting with things. A lot of things, and came back in evil laughter. Another neck break? No neck breaks here, Zero, I assure you. I'm thinking, it's tricky. If you're in the menu here and you're holding something, it wouldn't serve a case, I think, to open up the bookcase since you can't grab anything. Possibly, do you think? And Ashley Barbosa, is that how you say it? Welcome in, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Have you ever used Pico 8 or know about it? If so, is it good? I've heard a lot about it. I've heard it's a little tricky, but it's a lot of fun. I've never used it before, as I've been trying my best to focus on one thing in particular. So I'm focusing on Godot right now. But eventually, I'd love to do like a game jam where I try out Pico 8. But if you're curious about it, I'd give it a try, as there's no harm in trying it at least once. So let's see. Saying that, I guess it would be intuitive, or would it be intuitive? If you are holding an object, you walk up to the bookshelf, do you expect the menu to open despite the fact you're holding the object? Or would you expect it not open because you're holding the object? I would think maybe not, maybe so. Let me go back into the game. And let's click play here, play it on down, and then go into levels here, you here, you here. So for example, if I'm holding this guy and I open up the bookcase, right now I can open it up again. However, it doesn't do anything because I'm holding this guy. And for some reason, I can't interact with this guy again. Interesting. Okay, that's a bug. Needs to be fixed. And you said it correctly. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, good, lovely. And of course. But you need to wait and know the game isn't allowing you to get another object. Very good point. Yeah, right now it's easy because I'm seeing this. I think it'd be more intuitive maybe it said, hey, you can't hold things. I think what would make things also easier is down the line at least, having maybe some sort of menu UI in the top corner saying, hey, you're holding this thing. That way you don't have to guess with images of what you're holding. I think would be fun too is to have the ability to hold multiple things. However, that might be scope creep. So for now, one item. Only one. And thinking of that, I'm not too sure. Right now, a quick, easy fix or hack would just be moving the bookshelf so that you can't possibly do the thing. But I don't quite like it. Maybe we can move the spell book over, as eventually I want to add windows and things of that. So if I want a big window here, another idea is moving bookshelf here, and so on and so forth. And it's not too bad of an idea. Maybe it could be worth doing, possibly. And no harm in trying, every character at the beginning of a horror movie. Easy. Let's see. And to change the menu or to change the layout of the screen, it's not painful, thankfully. All I have to do is just go back to my tile maps, and then I can just delete you. So delete these guys here. Is everything a tile map up here? Delete you. And then I should just be able to grab you here, and I should be able to paint, let's see, paint you and slide you over. So something like this instead. Let's see, we have the bookcases there. So put you in the middle of the bookcases. Maybe we extend this out a little bit. So maybe instead we grab you here. And I definitely do like that feel of symmetry. My concern is just the movement. Is it a lot of moving around? I never really liked that. Let's go ahead and add this here, And I do think it makes sense to have it in the center, and that is a floor tile. We need a wall tile. There we go. And make sure your floor, here we are. Okay, so we'll go ahead and then remove you. And why aren't you being removed? That guy's removed, good. And then you're two here, so let's see. One here, oh no. In an attempt to make it even, I made it uneven. Let's see. How do I delete you? Okay, good. And we'll just make you all floor, and then we'll modify you. So undo you, place you in, and you are 4 tiles wide, I believe. I want to put you here. Yeah. So the bookshelf comes in. Never mind, bookshelf. You're getting moved back over again. Yeah. And hi, Ignoron. Welcome in. And hello there, ears in chat. Hive mind. There's no hive mind. We all think individually. There is no cult. And I'm gonna go finish my game for Game Jam. Bye, everyone. Nice hangout. Thank you for stopping by, Arrow. I hope you have a lovely time in your Game Jam. I hope it's a lot of fun. Best of luck to winning. And I know Game Jams are tricky, but they're also a lot of fun. So I hope you do enjoy it. Let's see. Let me remove this guy again. Let's go ahead and delete you. Yep, and yep. Okay, lovely. And then from there, we're going to need the tabletop. So I also need to enter in this guy here. If it lets me, you need to be placed out here. Ooh, hold on. I can't see anything. My eyes, they're blurry. Let's go here. And now I can move you guys. Yeah, plate. Let's just move all of you. Everything gets moved. That way I can see things better. As you should be deleted, and then these are the floor. So let's go ahead and draw the floor. Oh, does it let us? Why aren't you letting us draw the floor? Oh, it's a race. Draw floor. That doesn't feel like floor though. Weird. Are you floor? You should be floor. Let me zoom in. Will you let me zoom in? Zoom, enhance. There we are. Yeah, you should be floor. And then if we go back to tabletop here, I see. Yep, this guy needs to be moved. So it needs to go. Yeah, you need to be moved about there. So now no, it's not centered. Oh no. Okay, this is fine. We slide the bookshelf over once more. Fine. But you need to wait. Oh, I did read that. Good. Okay, so let's move you there. And then from there, either slide the bookshelf out one, or I think we'll be good. So let's move the bookshelf over and also add the wall. So cafe background again. I should just be able to do this guy here. Oh, we don't have draw enabled. Enable draw. Just draw. I have to just draw. Yep. Grab the wall here, or the big wall. Huge wall. Grab you and draw. Yeah, draw. Will you let me draw? Huh. It's like a copy paste. And are you going to make custom assets for the game? We're getting good packs somewhere. I will be making custom assets. Assets. Everything you see currently, I've made. So from the music to the art to the programming, I've done. I want this project to be a thing of just trial and error. So the hope is that everything will be made by me so I can get a good feel for how making a game works. And then in the future, I can work on developing with other people and things like that. But right now, the hope is that everything won't be, it won't be an asset pack. So let me go ahead and move you here. Then from there, let's go ahead and now grab everything else. So the bookshelf's got to get slid over. Let's see, can I grab you? Bookshelf? Nope, that collects everything. All right, bookshelf. Where are we at? Bookshelf 2? Yep, slide you over. There we are. Nope. Tile maps didn't agree with me, so hold on. Cafe background? Yep. Let's go ahead and set you as, let's see, select you there, and then wall should be wall. There you go. Okay, so back to our bookshelf. We'll go ahead and move. Oh, hold on. Bookshelf here. Move you back down. So you're here. That seems about right. And then from there, what we do is we grab our plate, and we have plate 1 here, plate 2 here, and then plate 3 here, like so. And then from there, we have our spellcasting desk location. So this is where you get teleported to, and our spellcasting body. So whenever you're in this box, this is how it knows, hey, you can spellcast. So we'll put the box about, oh, that seems a little bit too far back. So we'll put about here. And if I did this correctly, everything should be functional since everything is already in packed with, oh, this is collision, this is not collision. So we go into the game, we teleport to that spellcasting spot, and we're good to go. Okay, interesting. And then for here, we have this guy. So players interacted with plate. Plate. We go up here, we're outside of plate, and now it's player tried activating menu using bookshelf. So now we have bookshelf, and now we go back here. There we are. I think that works out better. So you can put things down. It's a little wonky with where you place it down at. However, I think it's okay to just say it doesn't matter where things go. You just have to put them down. But I do want it to feel intuitive. So I feel like I may have to work on a better system that says, hey, what's closest, what's not closest? As I do have one that's closer to, but it doesn't feel like it's quite right. For example, like that, it shouldn't go there. It should go in this guy here. So it's gonna be a thing of testing out what is where. I'm just curious to see if we do, player, go back to here, and then on detection range. So item interactable and on detection area entered. How do I handle the function of get closest? Get closest player, get closest item interactable. How I do it right now is for the item interactables in range, get closest direction to the item interactable, and if it's less than the player, direction 2. Okay, so if this position, so our position is less than, okay, this makes sense. If the current item we're looking at position is less than the position of the closest item, update the item to be that interactable that we're looking for. Interesting. Okay, yeah, interactable equals closest item. But for some reason, that's not doing it properly. What I'm wondering is if maybe we change it to tray, as right now the player's global position, I think is set as her eyes. So whatever's closest to the eyes, I think what might be better to do is set it based on the collision shape, as this is the center. So when you're here, I feel like that's the center of focus, right? So instead, what I'm thinking is, we set this guy here, and is this the circle we're talking about? Yeah, okay. So we'll go ahead and grab you here, and we'll go ahead and make a name for you. So grab you from here, tray, hitbox, collision shape. Is that what this is? Oh, no, okay, we're good. Collision shape here. So keep player from running into things. This is collision shape 2D. Can we give it a different name? I think it should be detection range. Or yeah, collision. The DETECTION. Detection range. RANGE-COLLI. Collision shape. I think that works out. Then from there, maybe by doing it this different point of view, the game will say, okay, this isn't actually the closest item, this is the closest item. So instead of doing it by the player, we do direction range collision dot global position, and then less than you. Does this feel better? Does that improve it at all? So what we think will happen, what will happen. Can be two very different things. Let's select you, go ahead and do that. And now let's just grab an item off the shelf. And now if I put this down here, makes sense. Okay, and if I grab you here, I expect you to go in the middle. You don't. Interesting. So it's certainly gonna take some time to see why that logic is funny. As sometimes it wants to work, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, the center of this guy versus the center of this guy. So if I'm standing here, it'll go to that guy. Weird. Weird. And where's the origin on most plates? Ooh, good point. Let's see. Plate, origin, it's in the center, right? It should be in the center, I think. And welcome, by the way, Paula Bevi, or Bev, is that how you say it? Welcome in, and please correct me if I'm wrong. In the game, right, I'm expecting the center. And so, oh, you can't see it, hold on. Let me move this guy here. The center. So I'm expecting, because I'm close to the center, right, the collision shape, oh, actually, you know what? Let's do this. Hold on, debug, visible collision shapes. And then click play, click on start everything, and let's go from there. That should be way easier. Levels, you here. Okay, so the center of those guys is what we're checking. So if I'm here, I go ahead and grab an item, and if I'm standing here, it's a little tricky to see. Hold on, let me hide you. Yep, okay. I'm standing here, it goes in the center. If I'm standing here, weird. I guess maybe we should move the origin up more, possibly? Would that help? For example, if I'm up here, it goes up there. But the center is saying left. Would it help if the origin were higher on the plates? So for example, if it were up here instead, maybe that could help, possibly. So instead, let's see, origin, I think this is this object's pivot. Is that not the origin? No, I don't think it is. It would be the offset, I think, is what it would look at. And right now it's checking the center to center. So maybe instead, let's see, player, script, all of these guys here. Okay, hold on. Let's disable this here. Visible collision shapes. Disable you, disable everything. I'll bring it into concepts. Let's think about this a little bit. Levels, you here, and then I'll go ahead and take a screenshot. So let's see. Snipping tool, grab you. And then I'll open up concepts on my side of things. And we'll move you about here. Okay, so looking at this, right now I'm expecting the origin points to be here, or center, so more so there, and then let's see. You there, you here, and you here. Maybe it should be up here more so because it's near the player or closer to the player. And then for here, we have you. And the player's center is about here. But if the player is standing here, right? Shouldn't it connect to this guy? But it doesn't do that. If I go back into the game, let's see. You here. If I'm holding an object, and sure bitter, holding it about at the center-ish, it goes to the left. If I go here to the right, it still goes to the left, despite me feeling closer, right? So that's what I'm confused about. Maybe we should check it with the tray instead of the player? Let's try that instead. So instead of checking the shape collision range, let's check the tray collision range. Let's try that. I'm curious to see, as the tray itself has a completely different range. So instead, check the tray. And you're using direction to give that given angle. Could you elaborate a little bit? Do you mean the direction 2? I thought the direction 2 was like a distance. Is it not vector? I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Yeah. I read the one underneath it. No, yeah, I was thinking, yeah, direction 2 sounds about right. Then I looked a little bit down and saw distance 2. Thank you. And this is why I stream. Because I might have been at this for a longer time. Oh man, okay, good. Thank you. Let's see, go back into player. Direction 2, it should be distance. D-I-S-T-N-C, distance 2. Yeah. And why are you angry? Because we're giving a vector 2? What do you mean? Distance 2, vector 2. Returns the distance between this vector and 2. Hold on. Yep. So if the global position, so we'll just do this. If global position, we'll go back to player. Make it easy on us. If the global position, distance 2, and then less than distance 2? Okay, good. And then we'll do distance 2, and then distance 2. Okay. Let's see. The game's going to be finished because of that person now. The statue in their eye. I can't tell you how many times they, people who have came to stream have helped me. Oh man, the amount of times I'm telling you, it's one of the best reasons to stream. It's all the help you get. Oh man, that's why it's tagged as well, I believe, beginner. Oh, let's see. So you go there, you go here, you go here. It's working now. Thank you. Oh man, yeah, distance 2, direction 2. They sound so similar. Lovely. Okay, good. Lovely. And next up, right, I think now we're good here. Yeah, because if you're here, you're still in the area menu. Okay, so let's make the menu a bit smaller for the bookshelf. So go back to bookshelf scene. Let's make the selection area. That is not the bookshelf scene, that is the bookshelf scene. And they do sound similar. Oh yeah. I can't even begin to count the amount of times I've done things where it sounded right in the moment, and then looking back, why did I do that thing? Many times, I tell you. Let's go back to here. I wanted to see, go ahead and grab an object from here. You there, you here, yeah, and then I'm here. Yeah, okay. So it's not in the range, which I think is fine. Yeah, okay. And if we're here, your range should be about there, but you shouldn't get placed down. Yeah, okay. So it seems like it works. Yeah, you're not going in the menu, so everything interacting is good. Good, okay. So now next up, what we need is a way to detect when these trees have been picked up. And it's supposed to be distance, oh, I did do that, good, yeah. So now what we need, a few more things. We need a way to tell the player, hey, well, this will be in the tutorial, right? But just as a heads up, because I think it's fine to put the object down, but do we want to make it so there's like a colored marker, or you have to put this here, this here? I think it's fine to say, just grab the things, put them down, and do this. This is what I want it to feel like, where it's fast, because it's a fast-paced game, and you grab all these things and then click start. Something like that I feel like would work. Maybe some sort of indicators to say, hey, you still need this, this, and this to start the spell. And then a select screen. So like a thing that says, how can we do it? Let's go back into here, go back into our game, where we at? Cafe here. Zoom in a little bit. Let me crop you here. And there's a few ways to do it. I do want to redo the book, so it's easier to see. That is one thing, as the book menu will be changed. So let's go back into concepts here. Go into here, go back here. Glad that is no longer the case. Paste that guy here. And then from there, let's see. And they're about to start, so we'll let them do their thing before we continue. Gives me a chance to get a coffee break too, and a water break. And do a panic mode where they have to learn through trial and error, where they fail. When they fail, it deletes the game from their system. Weren't you the other one suggesting other deletions? Oh my. Let me get some water. And did I read that earlier, Zero? No harm in trying, said every character at the beginning of a horror movie. I think I read that, maybe not. But I'll repeat it again. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything, as it's been certainly chatty today, which I can appreciate. But make sure I read things properly. And water done. Now let me get some coffee. And they should be lucky it's not system. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. They should be lucky. Well, I didn't say that, but I said at least it's not. Now let me get some of the coffee. Now it's not hot enough. It's either too hot, too cold, it needs to be just right. So let me change the settings on that guy. I'm wondering, as UI is always a finicky thing, isn't it? And if they fail enough, it does, and it forces them to install Linux. What a terrible fate. I would never want to force people to do anything. Never have I ever, not even once. It wants to be, you know, just an explanation. Excuse me. Tim is cute, but his arms are so close. Drawing clothes with arm sleeves is a headache. Oh yeah, that was one of my worries. I think, well, we still have time, right? So I can quickly show you. I think, possibly, if we go into a sprite here, a sprite draw. Yep, I think we do have enough time for that. And if I quickly open up, let's see, material here, go into characters, where are we at? Alert characters, go into, let's see. I should have one here. Yeah, let's see. Final Fantasy up here. No, Final Fantasy is not the one I'm looking for. Octopath, that's a better example. Even for these guys and their clothing, it's super close together. I think for most of Tim's stuff, at least, you have to remove his arms and change them so that it fits the clothing. As for a lot of these guys I see, the arms have to be molded to change with the way they feel. Let me see if I can grab another example. There is Stardew Valley. Aha. Yep. And I don't know where you're faded. Even here, for the arms, they kind of have to be molded depending on what the player's doing. So I think, yeah, it's the thing of the arms are so close together because there's nothing. But when you add stuff, you gotta move stuff around. Let me get a little bit more water. I think the ad break will be over. So let's see. Tasty, and welcome back from the ad break. We were talking about clothing and how to get it to fit on characters, and well, I've decided his trench coat is a wizard rope. If you do share it on the Discord, I'd be excited to see it. Let's go back in here. Let's go back into programming. Close you. Go back into, not programming, concepts, as this is something to consider. Back when I first started making the prototype of the cafe, someone mentioned, and I can't remember the name, it being difficult to know when customers are coming and going. They're just the overall UI thing. I think I have a sketch of the spellcasting. So I definitely think the game needs an overall UI overhaul. This guy here. Yeah, this is this guy here. Let me go ahead and copy you. Move you over here, just to make things a little bit easier to see. Yep. So for example, someone suggested while you're playing the mini game, you don't really hear the sounds sometimes. So having like a notification to say, hey, someone just entered the cafe or someone just left. Things like that I do think are worth adding because it gives you information, and the player feels cheated when they don't know what they don't know. So the more information you give them, the more they can understand why something works the way it does. If everything happens in a magic box that they can't see, and then no wonder they're getting frustrated. It's the thing of, a good example I think is like for radiuses of stuff. If you're trying to pick up an object, having the radius a little bit larger than the object itself feels nice because you know it's clear as day, pick up the object. And hey Eris, what software are you using? Hi, the triangle. It's an interesting way to say it. This one is called concepts, like the thought. And if I do, let's see, exclamation FAQ, that should answer other programming questions or program questions that might come up. It is, yeah, concepts like the thought. So CONCEPTS. I try my best to either find free programs or programs you only have to pay once for. And concept is one of those. Pay once for it and then you don't have to use it. As for me at least, planning ideas, thinking, brainstorming, I do it best when I have unlimited canvas. But if concepts is a little bit too pricey because I think it's $30 to $40. There's also this one called Excalidraw. Let me write this in here so it appears on the screen. EXCALIDRAW. That one's free. It's like concepts, but a little bit tweaked. So if concepts not your game, try Excalidraw. I would give that a try, as it's about the same, but it's a little bit different. I like how many more options concepts has, but Excalidraw gets the job done. Words. And yep, I kind of use Leonardo. I've tried Leonardo, but it didn't mesh well with my wants. But it is a good one too. I have heard of it. And it's $40. Yep. Ooh, nice. We'll try it too. Yep, you should. Welcome, by the way. Is it Toleran? Yeah, I would 100% try checking it out. As for me, drawing things makes it easier. Adding colors and stuff, fun. Another table, yep. I wanted to try my best to try things. I wanted to try things out before committing to stuff. So if I can find free options, free alternatives before trying the expensive things, then I do. And second welcome, I say. Oh, you know what? Well, third welcome. It takes me a second to remember names. The first shiny thing I spot. Oh, what's that? So let's see. If I go back to here, and I'm back. Welcome to Crazy. Welcome back. So for here, right? I was thinking, at least UI-wise, how does the player know? Because I do want a tutorial. Someone mentioned having like a visual novel-esque look to the tutorial where maybe at the top of the screen. Oh, hold on. Why won't you let me write? Is it because we're on the wrong layer? Maybe. Back here? Yep. And an idea I have for the UI is having a scoreboard, like the ending screen, but updating in real time between the poem box and the fail bar. I think the full poem being visible while playing is dumb, but I'll save my rambling for when I draw it out. It's always a little confusing to read the suggestions when they're in text, but when I see it, it's a lot easier. But I'm really curious to see what you come up with, Chuck. I'm thinking, well, I liked the idea of having that visual novel-esque, so there's words here telling you what to do. Beforehand, the tutorial was just typing here and in books, so it was like a, hey, do this thing, and you had a task list to complete. I like the feel of that, but from the trial and error and from watching people play my game for the first time, as whenever I do a big update, I try my best to find people who don't know anything about it. So I can get the best first experience, first user player, because it's one thing to have people play your game who've played it before, have seen the updates, but an entirely different thing for people who haven't seen it before. The old tutorial system that I had, people were confused by. It didn't really click. And that's good in a sense of, I know I need to change it. It's something I need to address. So I think having it not toggle when you open the book, close the book, things like that, and have it in big, bold letters, hey, do this thing, makes it easy. And having a character guide the PC through things is probably too much work for now. Yeah, that's my only concern, is it feels too big. I think maybe for now, just having a prompt idea, as I think it'd be fun, right? And again, we just have to make sure we don't do too much scope stuff, but if in an imaginary world where I was a pro programmer and I could program things in like the snap of a finger, I think it'd be fun to have her familiar say what to do next and things like that. I feel like it'd be a lot of fun. For now though, I think removing the spell or the tutorial from the spellbook makes it easier to see what's going on. You don't have to toggle it open and close. Right now, the only thing I will want in the spellbook is the customer positions. Everything else, since we're moving the atlas, for example, into the bookshelves, we don't need the atlas page. Since we're moving the spellcasting to the desk, we don't need the spellcasting page. So we really need customers. If I go ahead and actually, I'll just copy you here. Yeah, copy, escape, paste ya. It's easy. It's easier done than said, like that. And then from here, what I'm thinking is, right, because it's just that thing, you know, hey, listen, Fairy from Zelda vibe. Hey,
the
listen.
_Whitechapel
And
just
hi,
redeemed
the
hydrate.
Whitechapel. I feel like every time you come in here, it's always a drink your water. So I shall. Thank you for the redemption. Let me get a good sip. There we are. All nice and hydrated. So, at least for players, especially as you're doing things, maybe having a menu pop up like things to complete spell, like a, spell list screen, and gotta stay hydrated in this hot weather times. Oh, it's so hot. I opened the door this morning to let my dogs outside and I was met with heat. So much heat. Oh man. Having some sort of checklist here to say, hey, this has been fulfilled. Hey, this has been fulfilled. This has been fulfilled. Some sort of checklist to tell the player what they still need to add. And then once it's been fulfilled, having some sort of complete. But you have to remember, right, if I go here, right now we have a few buttons the player knows to use. Right now we know that space is open book. So space, S-P-A-C-E, space equals open book, O-P-E-N, open book, B-O-O-K. And then E, right now, you can change it to any button you want, but the default is E. So E equals interact, I-N-T-E-R-A-C-T. You can interact with the items, you can interact with the bookcase, you can interact with the customers. However, if we, and wait, is this still known or is that so old now the meme is unknown? I know, hey, listen. I don't know much Zelda. They said I never was big into Nintendo since I didn't have a console. I always had a computer. But I do know the, hey, listen part. I do know that part at least. And I did write that, good. If we complete everything, so if everything is on the desk, right? How do we activate it? And what are you working on right now? Well, let me show ya, as I'm really happy, I'm really proud of this, and it's been a second. I think you were here last time, but let me just quickly show ya. Go back into here. It's just really easy to show. And I'm happy as well. I'm still surprised. It never gets old thinking something and then making it. Pitch time. We don't have to go extreme. only a light pitch. Let me move it back to here. Let's see, Godot window. There we are. Okay. So what I worked over on the weekend was making sure to add or finish up the UI for the bookshelf. So now I can select sweet or I can select bitter. An elevator pitch, let's go. Elevator 10 levels pitch. It ends once we go to level 100. So I can pick up the sweet guy here and put him on the table. And now you can collect everything you need to make your spell. So we won't need this guy anymore, this none generate thing. However, the trouble I'm having with currently is once you have everything on the table, right? What do you do? How do you activate the spell casting? I was thinking, well, that's what I'm not sure about. Because right now you use E to pick things up and put them off the table. And why can I not, oh, I can. It just didn't look right. But spell should be completed. How do we activate it? What is an activation thing? Does a little menu pop up that says activate, or what do you think? And I have a suggestion. Is that okay to write? 100%. That's why I do these streams. Bring on suggestions if you have them. The more ideas I can get, the better it can make things. As usually, the more eyes, the more minds, the better it is. And hold E. Ooh. How do you distinguish between a tap and a hold? I do like that idea. That's a really good idea. Let's go back into here. Oh, wrong guy. I like that idea. Hold E to interact, and if you want to cancel, then stop holding it. But how hold versus tap in the point? yeah, I do like the whole idea. Hold, and then maybe like a activation bar. And I'm a little, I think a little prompt, press/hold E to activate would be good. It's simple and easy to pick up. Gaia. Okay, yeah, I really like that idea. Hold the interact key. H-O-L-D. Hold, that's a little funny. Hold E. However, my question is there a way to distinguish between a hold versus tap? Let's see, V-S-T-A-P. I know if you press E, I guess maybe we can do a check in the sense of if all 3 items are on the table, then you can say, all 3 items are on the table, then you can still pick up items, put down items, as maybe the person changes their mind and they want to redo something even if all 3, or maybe the hold walk down button. I will put that on here. Oops. It could also be the walk down button. That would be the down arrow key. So this little guy here. Interesting. And plus, there's lots of juice you can add with holding. Yeah, I really like the idea of holding because it lets you could have, and I'm already thinking, progress bar. A little progress bar that fills up and it starts a little animation and sparkles and shimmy shines. I like the whole idea. I'm just not sure how we would do it. I know we have the press button, but how can you tell a hold between a press? And if we, you know what? I'm asking questions. Let me just Google how to detect hold versus press button. As I know there's a way to check if it's still being held down, but input wise, and start a timer at the beginning of a press. On release, if the timer has not reached, for example, 1 second, is a tap. If the timer expires. That's a good idea. That is a great idea. Hold on. Let me grab it. And let me do this guy here. Timer's a really good idea. Let me move this guy here and slide to here. Lovely. Thank you for the suggestion. Okay, yeah. Start a timer at the beginning of a press. On release, if the timer has not reached, for example, 1 second, it's a tap. If the timer expires, it's a hold. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. So like a 0.1 or something, if within amount of time. Yeah, okay, hold on. Let's see. So, all right, we have that. What we need now is like the menu or the UI, right? So it's a thing of, I think a checklist would be good to say, hey, you still need these items to complete. That's a good one. So let me write that down. Menu for items. Yeah, menu for items on table. MENU. Menu for, let me move this so it's visible. Menu for items are complete. Like a complete list, checklist. I'll just put checklist. I think spell checklist is good. So spell checklist, S-P-E-L-L. Spell C-H-E-C-K-L-I-S-T. Spell checklist. And then we also need a way to detect, a way to control or to check for the plates. So we need a plate manager or a ingredient manager. What would you call it, do you think? The object that holds all 3 of these guys. Maybe just spellcasting desk. And having a bool represent is held would allow you to check during process and input functions when you want to add feedback during the hold press. Yeah. I think feedback going with the whole hold down is a really good idea. Let's see. Spell checklist as, a lot of game juice. I want to game juice this thing up. Game juice makes the brain go happy. Lots and lots of dopamine. So spell checklist and table manager. Table manager is a good one. Maybe spellcasting. No, I don't want it to be too long. But again, we could always change the name later because I really don't have to focus on the naming. something manager and spellcasting triangle. You know what? Spellcasting. It was called spellcasting desk. Let's just keep it spellcasting desk. I feel like that works. Spellcasting desk. S-P-E-L-L-C-A-S-T-I-N-G. Spellcasting desk. And our spellcasting desk will decide when we do the whole interact button. It'll keep track of the list. So actually, let me remove this. Let me move you here. We'll change your color to make things a little bit easier. As right now, I think step 1, make the desk know what it's holding. So you here. From there, we need to have the list. So go ahead and drag this guy down here, drag you back up here. We also need to have a interaction menu or screen. So yeah. However, and could call it an oven since, you know, it does oven things. Well, it's a spellcasting circle. The hope is that during when I add all the special effects, it'll be a whole circle and a whole, not pentagram, but just magic, whoosh, whoosh. Will be the idea. So the alphabet, but I mean, she can't cook. She has this aspiration, Gabby, the main character, to make magic, but since she can't actually do it, she does it through spellcasting. And good day. Hi, Slatos. Welcome in. I hope your day's been great. So let's see. Spellcasting desk. Yes. Can't forget the spellcasting desk. Yep, there you go. No, that doesn't feel right either. Hold on. Desk. There we are. Spellcasting desk. We need a way to activation key. Activation. Yeah. ACTI. Activation. Those are the things I think we need. And yes, they good. Glad to hear. Okay, yeah. Spellcasting desk and spell checklist. So let's start first with the spellcasting check or desk to make sure we know what's on our desk. Okay, great. I'm glad the brainstorming session did things. Let's go back into Godot here. Go back into Godot. And before we get started, let me also make sure that I save it. As again, want to always make sure we make sure we're doing the things. So let me go ahead and save you. That way, no interruptions. Let's see. Save here. Lovely. Commit and push. Good. Okay, all of that said, let's go ahead and work on our little desk guy here. So we have plate, and plate. I'll go ahead and make a new node here. This will be our node. Yep. And you know what? My question is, should it be a scene or not? I think it's fine not to be a scene. I think just having it like this is fine. And this is spellcasting zone. You know what? Let's go ahead and spellcasting desk location. Let's just add this to here. Spellcasting desk location and spellcasting zone. All these little guys here, they make sense to be in here since it's all spellcasting stuff. So spellcasting desk. And thanks, I stole your code. Hi, busy Mur. Is that how you say it? Welcome in. I do know a lot of game developers are always really worried about streaming or showing off any of their code because people think they can steal it. And that is certainly something of a cause of concern, but it's also the thing of, if someone really wanted to, they could probably find a way to decompile it and do all of those things. So for me, what's always helped is just that thing of, I am me. That other person is that other person. Maybe they can do my game better, but they won't do my game like me. And I have a vision. And I will see it into fruition. And that other person, they have an idea too. So it's that sense of, even if someone does take the idea, they're not gonna do it like I can. There's only one. There can only be one. So let me go ahead. And what we'll do is we will make you attach a script. And
Godot just followed.
Is that how you say it? Welcome in. And I will do the game more than you. Eris Esri more than you. Now see, them's fighting words. Eris Esri more. And thank you though. Is it Godot 8? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So let me go ahead and say cafe spellcasting desk.gd. Go ahead and do that, and go ahead and save. Lovely. Okay, let's go ahead and close everything. We really don't need it right now currently. So all of you guys can get closed. You. You know what? Everything must go. Everything. And then let's go ahead and open up the cafe. Let's see. Good. And then from here, spellcasting desk. So our spellcasting desk will have 3 plates. So I think, okay. Next, the question of composition. I think that's the word I'm looking for. How do we do these guys? Do we just say, get the children? Do we do what do we see? And luckily, more than one Ezra, Earth would bring the world to an energetic end. Now, I know I said I am a peaceful individual. However, when I say there can only be one, I mean, there can only be one. I'm sure a clone of me would agree. An export var? Well, here's the thing, right? We could do access is unique name, all these guys here, and then make sure these guys are here, and then just do whatever plate. There's also what? We could do this. Maybe we could also do get plates. So, for example, right? Maybe we have as least plates, I believe extend plate. Yeah, extend item interactable, and then class underscore name, and then we are plate. And then from here, maybe what we can do is do a little note here and do plate manager. Or hold on, do you, and then we can do node 2D, great. And then do here plate manager, enter. And then here we have you, and then we have these guys, put them on their plates. It's all pacifist until fists have to be thrown. You know, I just have standards, that's all. And hey, I'm having a hard time figuring out lore and the overall look of my game. How do you come up with ideas for these things? Please help. The best suggestion I can give for figuring out ideas, Slitos, is to try and get inspiration. For me, at least, when I'm stuck on what to do next for my game or coming up with ideas, playing games similar to them really help. For example, I am a fan of rhythm games. I'm a fan of games that are also cafe managers. So recently, because I've been working on my game, I play a lot of those things. And daydreaming does help. Shower thoughts do come into play. So what I'm wondering is, right? Plate 1, plate 2, plate 3. There's a few ways we can do it. We could do the on ready, the export var. What I'm thinking is, and that's what I'm trying to do, sometimes it does just take times. You could try some exercises of idea generation. What I used to do was try to just draw out as many ideas of a random topic I could think of and time them. As learning to be creative can be a skill, certainly. Sometimes you don't have inspiration to draw from. You just gotta think of what you know, and it's tricky. It certainly is, but the more you do it, the better usually you get. But if it's not working, there's other ways you can try. And another thing is, if you get an idea, you should probably, yeah, that too. Anytime you get an idea, write it down, like having a notebook, things like that. And how does lore work? For that, well, that's a whole different topic. Story writing, I would look up lore, at least look up D&D, how to be a DM, look up things like that. That's my suggestion, as usually the DM guides, the D&D DM guides, so the Dungeon Master guides, they show you how to create interactive worlds for players. Maybe that can be of interest to you. And let's see, hey, I recently tried to build a cozy cafe in Blender and Unity, and you should pay me now to have permission to look at it. Yes, microtransactions. So, I was saying with words is that there's multiple ways, right? We could address all the plates differently. However, I think what would be better is to have a guy like this for our Funk Ready. And maybe instead we have, let's see, a var called plates. And then it is a array. And it is an array of plate. And we set it to equal empty. And then on Funk Ready, what we can do is have for plate or get children, or hold on, for plate in plate manager. So plate manager dot get underscore children. So something like this. We can then do plates dot, and then we can do append, A-P-P-N-D, append plate. I think, again, there's multiple ways to do it, right? But it just depends on you. And while I like these guys in the plate 1, plate 2, plate 3, I'd rather not focus on the plate itself. However, how can we do it? I think it would be nice to say, okay, if looking through this array, things of that nature, the less specific usually for me, the better, as I try not to narrow down. I never know when things might change in the future. So having something like this where if I want a less plate, all I have to do is just delete the plates. If I want more plates, add another plate, and it takes care of all the code for me. That's the idea behind this. And again, could be just future-proofing that doesn't need to be future-proof. Maybe really only you need these 3. But I do like this guy. And hi Joseph, welcome in. And maybe brainstorming with others? Yeah. Always getting ideas from other people are a great idea too. That's why I like doing these streams, since I get a lot of great ideas from all of you. I would sit here for a very long time thinking, what button? Do I make a new button? And then people just throw out, hold E, a very simple and obvious answer, and a very good one. And stealing ideas is the best. It's called the good old yoink and twist method. And welcome back, Banan. Welcome back. So, funk ready, all of these guys here. After this, what I want to do is print out plates. I want to see the plates. Make sure we're getting a list of plates. And hi, yeah, welcome in. So, click on levels here. No one spawns. We have 3 plates. However, someone's angry. Why are you angry? Ooh, this is what happens when you don't do the thing. Spellcasting dislocation. What I need to do is make this guy access his unique name. And then I should just be able to do, there. Oh, not that percent. Where's the percent key? I never use it. Like that. Spellcasting location. And then click play again. Try again. We shouldn't get those errors. And you really want those plates? Lots of plates. Funny enough, I have 10 plates, and they're the Plate Brothers for my characters.
Dying0215
is that how you
just
say it?
followed.
Welcome in. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But welcome in, and I hope you have a lovely time here. Okay, all 3 plates are spawning in. Now the question is the menu, right? And good artist copy, great artist steal, Pablo Picasso. I feel like I have heard that before. I feel like I have. Okay. So, then what I'm thinking is, right, maybe we can then hook up or do something of the sorts to say, hey, we know we have these 3 plates, right? And to check if can spellcast. So funk, check our, can spellcast. And again, this goes back to naming. This is usually like a bool, right? So you would expect it to return a bool instead. So can spellcast. So if can spellcast, I think this is a good idea. I think doing it like this and then return a bool. So like this, and then, oh, not void, bool. So then what we do is if, or for, so we do another loop again. And it's just a thing of, do you want to do loops or do all the 3 guys? So for plate and plate. If plate dot, and actually, we need a few things, don't we? We need to know we have 2 flavors, and we need to know we have an ingredient. And I'm gonna take a shower, BRB? Sure. Hopefully you have lots and lots of shower thoughts and get creative. Let's see. In order for spell to work, you need one, what did I call it? Not one dish, one product. 1 product and 2 flavors, something like that. And yeah, I didn't think about that. Let's see, right? So what we then would need to do is do a check. First thing first is var has product. Product, has product. And it is a bool. And then from there, we need to see about maybe flavor A, flavor B, and you are the product. Buy. Sell. Get them now before they last. Let's see. Has product bool equals false. And then I think, var, yeah. My worry is, because you remove an ad, we need to have a way to check when you remove an ad. So, yeah, okay. Let's do this. Pass. We need to do add item. So like a funk, and then add item, add underscore item. And then we need to see, let's see, void here. If, and oh, also not add item. We also need to do new item. Yeah, new item. And then it's going to be item. Like that. There we are, interactable. Oh no, it's an item. They're all items. And 10 family sticker one. I have to figure out a big sprite for Tom, the big guy for the, I think 16 by 6, no, 32 by 32. But I do have little TBD, little Tim. They're the stars, but I'd love to add more of them, like bigger, smaller. They're so fun to draw. They're just so tiny and cute. And by ears, life-size pillows. Take up the whole room. Let's see, add item. And what I'm thinking is, right, when the plate adds an item, we also need to see about remove item. And oh, music stopped. Music? Weird. And like one of them stickers you can scribble on. Oh, that's so cute. I have been asked before of like a Bobby mug. That'd be lovely to do down the line. Like just little things like that. Some sort of man snail thing. That'd be super cute. And remove item. Remove item. And instead of new item, it should be plate. Yep. And then here it's going to be plate. And what I want to do for these guys is I want to check for their plates and removing and adding. So when you remove it from the list, the plates will update to say, hey, this is in section 1, this is in section 2, this is in section 3. That's the idea. We'll see how well it goes. And we'll need to do pass for now, and then pass for now here as well. And we'll go to utility. So I'll open up utility here. And then from there, let's go back up. Now we have some dish signals. Let's see, spellcasting signals, tutorial signals. We can always move it around. Let's just do for now it in dish signals. Sure, why not? We'll go ahead and do signal, and then we'll do item, add it to plate. And then we'll go ahead and do this guy here. And then we'll say plate. Let's have the plate. Plate. There we are. And then we'll say item removed from plate. Item removed. M-E-M-O-V-E-D. M-E-R-E-M-O-V-E-D. Removed. And then let's see. Plate. Now, I believe doing it this way, the two words, doesn't work out well. So I'll just do plate to check. There we are. Plate and plate to check. As these, I don't think matter too much. But when they're the same, I have had issues in the past with it checking the one above it. So for now, we'll just do this here. And then what we'll do is we'll go back to our plate. And then here, this guy here. And on our interact, so on use item, if item is, and then we'll say item. So if item is this big guy here, if item is item, I don't know if I like that. Item added to plate dot emit, and it's going to be utility, and then we're also going to do self here. And we'll do utility, so U-T-I-L-I-T-Y, utility, there we are. And I'll also, see, do that there. And a Bobby plushie would go crazy. I would love one. And speaking of mugs, imagine a glow-in-the-dark changing color based on the temperature. Oh, that'd be adorable. That'd be hard to do, but that'd be adorable. Oh man, you're giving me ideas. Let me do this guy here. Oh man, that'd be lovely. Item to collect. Yep, and then from here, right, we can go ahead and say you here. So if item is item, utility, remove item removed from plate. So removed, and it would be removed from, actually. Item added to plate, removed from plate. Let's go back into utility, go back to this guy since it's easier, and this here. We'll go back to plate here, and let's see if item to collect. Yep, if item to collect is... Actually, no, we don't even need to do that. We just do this, because it's removing it. And why I'm doing self instead of the item is because I want to check the plates themselves to see which one's occupied, which one's not occupied. I think that makes it a little bit easier. However, again, could just be convoluted. And I've learned business from the best. Ah yes, business. I know those words very well. Numbers go up. Let's see, spellcasting desk, yep. So now back here, right, in our print plates, we can go ahead and do, and we'll go ahead and set this up as well, to be print plate, yep. And then we'll do utility dot, and then item added to plate dot connect, and then we'll do add item. So add item, and and then remove item. So something like this, and then we'll do remove item, and then we'll do item removed from. So removed this guy here. So next up, what we can then do is if plate, or if plates dot has, and then we do plate, or rather, I think what would be better just to do if not plates has plates, return. So we know the plates do exist. So if not plate has plates, and then let's see, spellcast, not all codes, I see, got ya. Hold on, we'll copy you out for now. We'll come back to you. And then for here as well, so we know that the plate exists in our area as, again, because we have multiple plates doing multiple things, that's why I'm keeping it to these 3 guys, as I would love to have a plate just off to the side that you could put dishes on. Maybe even a whole bookshelf of plates you can select from. But for now, small, tiny things. So let's go ahead and put you back here. And if not plate, then what we can do is say, okay, if item type, as that was another thing as well. If we go to our item GD, I believe this guy here, they have a type, and right now it's an icon type, and you can see to change type kind from icon. It doesn't make sense. Icon is the hub for type, as right now the way my icons work is we have multiple types. So there's icons for dishes, flavors, custom status, flavor combo. However, in our item, does it make sense to have icon as the type? It feels a little funny, and again, that's the thing of just it could not matter in the long run of things. But for me, I like to read. If my code can be understood in English, it makes it nice. And could you please send a picture of your PNG tube, including the lower half, so I can make myself a daiki... I don't know what those are. Daiki maruka? or daki makura? Never heard of that before. Oh, body pillow, I see. Well, I would prefer to have it... Well... You know, never did I think come to this. But for now, if I ever do sell one, I'd rather it to be from me instead. But I do appreciate the idea at least. And maybe name something like on item added to plate. At least for me, when I look at add item, I think it's gonna handle adding an item. Very good point. Yeah, let's do that instead. Like I said before, I like it when it's English. English makes a lot of sense. So back to our utility, we'll go ahead and do Control F or Control Shift F and replace. And then we'll go ahead and do, let's see, copy you here, and then on underscore. So on item added to plate, replace all. And then on item removed. So Control copy, Control Shift F. And does Godot even support emojis? They do. They do support emojis. I forget the controls for it, but there is a way to put emojis in your code. When I found out, I was blown away, but it's super neat. There's a control on your computer for adding emojis, but it does exist. So let's see, replace, and then let's go ahead and do on underscore, and then item remove from plate. Replace all, and there we are. Good. Thank you for that suggestion. Okay, so back to our spellcasting desk, and add item, remove item, as we have our plates to maintain. However, what I want to do now is, let's see. I guess, how can we do it? I want to have a way to check what's on each plate. That's why I have the plate manager. I want to have a way to say, hey, this is what you currently have in the queue. And if all of these things are met, so if you have the proper things, then you can spellcast. And I more so meant the function in spellcasting desk, but all right. Oh, I see. Do you mean on add item? As the hope is to have, like, for example, has product. If product is met, so for example, let's see. If how can we? Can spellcast. Okay, pass here. And again, I'm thinking I'm going down a road I don't want to go. But we'll see. Okay. So function add item, remove item. Function can spellcast all of those guys there. Let me press enter on here, or rather here. And I'm thinking, and maybe it'd be better if I write it out for me to better think. So let's go back into concepts. And Old Town Road. Where's that from? Or is that what the name of the song is? Oh, it's called Pokemon Center. Let me scroll up here. Go ahead and erase you here. And then let me grab you here. So we have plates. And let's see. Yeah, plate manager, P-L-A-T-E. We'll just say plates, make it a little bit easier. Plates, and then we have plate 1, plate 2, plate 3. And all of these guys have things on them. So we have this guy, this guy, this guy. And we don't know what these things are. That's where the checking and everything comes into play. And why are you speedrunning speaking? You know, I've been told that more than once before. Just whenever I'm excited about something, I go a mile a minute. So plate 1, plate 2, plate 3, question, 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 all of these guys. We don't know, but the requirements, so I'll go ahead and put on here, R-E-Q, let's see, U-I-R-E-M-E-N-T-S. There we are. Requirements, you have to have 2 flavors, so 2 flavors, F-L-A-V-O-R-S. 2 flavors, and then also 1 product. 1 product, P-R-O-D-U-C-T. And you're pretty good. Thank you, thank you. Many of the times do I, like that, mess up in my speech, as sometimes my mouth thinks faster than my mind. But I appreciate it, nonetheless. So we always have to, or we're always checking to see if these requirements are met. And whenever we update this, we go through, I think, yeah, whenever we update the plates, I think then we check for the requirements. So if it's removed and if it has things like that. However, my question is it too much? Right now, because it's so small, it might not match performance-wise. And what if 4 plates, if you're so cooked? Well, the good news is because I didn't name the plates, or I didn't number the plates, if I did want to add more plates, then it's fine. I could just add another plate because it's in an array. I'm not specifically pointing out the plates, which is good. That's the nice part here. So I'm thinking, anytime these are updated, you check to see if they meet the requirements. I think that works. Check on requirements. Check, C-H-E-C-K. Check our check requirements. And I'll just copy you since you're already here. There we are. And make you agreed. Check requirements. Anytime they're added or removed. And I'll go ahead and move you up here. I think that works out. Anytime the plates are updated, check to see if they meet it. And some things are negligible in performance. Yup. Like, it could be faster. Yup. The thing is, because it's something really simple, I don't think performance really matters too much. But just from a maybe philosophy point of view, or just construction point of view, is there a way? I don't have to do it, but I like just the what ifs. It's always fun. You should ditch this and rewrite an assembly. That sounds like pain. Let's see. Check requirements. Anytime plates are updated. On updated plates. U-P-D-A-T. On updated. T-E-D. On updated. P-L-A-T-E-S. On updated plates. And my cloth terms or Claude terms have been left to rot as a work in progress until I feel like drawing. Well, I hope you had fun while it lasted, Jack. And what's going on here? Figuring out structure. We want to have a system in place for this plate guy, or our desk, right? Our desk has these plates, and we want to make sure we know when the player can spellcast. So we're trying to figure out the detection system to know when we can spellcast. So if we go back into here, and also IMO, performance optimization should occur at the end of development. That way you know what things are affecting performance and where the biggest improvements can be made. 100%, yeah. For me at least, I, back in college, was so worried about performance and future-proofing that I never got programming done because I was always trying to refine it. So what I've been trying to do, especially with this game, is do a more duct tapey method where I make sure it's working first and then I go back and clean it all up. And it's been working. It's just that thing of trying to break out of bad habits. And it should, but the little gremlin in my head won't stop screaming. Yeah. Change it. Bad code. Bad code. What happened to your teachings? Let's see. Function can spellcast. Yup. Okay. So on add item, we go ahead, and if not plates has plates. Yep. If not plates has plates. Okay. Maybe we can do a dictionary, possibly? Would that be better, do you think? And I'm back from the showers. Welcome back, Slatos. Welcome back. Maybe a dictionary could work here. The array makes sense, but I think instead of checking like remove, add, things like that, that might help a little bit. So for example, instead of an array of plates, we have array, dictionary, and plate, and then we have item. Something like that. Maybe that's a little bit better. And expected end of statement. Oh, right. Isn't it like this, I think, for dictionary? It's fine to do this instead, I think. Hold on. Where are you angry at? Var, plates, dictionary. Doesn't this work? Expected end of statement. Found that instead. I think I did the dictionaries wrong. Typecast dictionary. Typecast dictionary. Dictionary. Yup, typecast dictionary. Godot. Godot. What are we getting? Dictionary. Typecast. Yup. How to typecast. How do? There's a way to do it. I have some dictionaries already typecasted, but I forget. Dictionary plates equal. This was one of the recent updates with Godot as well, as it's been nice to typecast. Okay. You know what? We're just gonna do this. Find all the dictionaries. Find them all. I'll go back to previous code. Yeah, I don't know what you do. We're just looking for the other dictionaries. Yup. Dictionary representation. Aha. Found ya. Let's see. It should look like that. Isn't that what I have? Let's see. Go back into here with our spellcasting table. Why angry? Var, you. Oh, you want a comma? Like that? I did it. Okay, good. Plate to item. Then what we can do is say, for plate, no longer do we do this. We do plates dot get or add, and then we can go ahead and put on here plate. And then we can do plates, and then we do plate, and then we set it equal to, and then we do plate dot, and then we do I forgot what it's called. Go back to item. Nope. Just go back to plates, really. Plate, interactable, it would be current item. And they should equal null. Plate dot current item. Something like that. Yep. And plates, plate. Yup. Plates. Ooh. Okay. Hold your horses. Plates, plate equals plate dot current item. Why are you angry? Plates, plate. Yeah, something's off. And you know what? I'm just gonna try and brainstorm some ideas to my actually there's nothing else left I can do to my friends. Oh, yeah. And again, sometimes it will depends, right? Because if you're in like a game jam, you can't really rush ideas, but sometimes just taking a walk or a shower, things like that can help. Sometimes time is of the essence. And those, you can't do that. So again, I recommend if you're still troubled with ideas, doing like a randomizer and get children returns nodes. You need to cast them to plates. Let's see. Plate manager get children. You're saying what I have to do is do plate manager plate underscore. Oh, hold on. Not plate. Do plate. Oh no, there's too many plates. Hold on. This works, right? Okay, that works. So my guess is that something here doesn't work. In the loop. Plate. Ooh, something's up. And I'm waiting for game for a month. Yeah, sometimes it does take a while. And declaration, I believe. Plates get or at. I believe this works. This here, but it's saying node plate item. Plates. Okay. Plates, plate. Is it saying I need to do, because I shouldn't have to do this. This is a child in plates. So it should be plates of plates, dictionary, equal to, plate dot current item. This feels right, but what I'm being told it's wrong. Something's off. And right now your plate variable has type node. The plate dictionary expects a plate type. Oh, hold on. These are class name plates, but it's still not seeing it as plate, is what you're saying? So despite the fact of this being, well, it says type plate when I hover over it. Let's see. Spellcasting desk. Okay. If, maybe what we can do is do if plate is plate, P-L-A-T-E, like that. Will that make you happy? Like that? No. And it doesn't. Get children treats all children as nodes. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, okay. In that case, probably maybe have to do get index instead. Okay. For plate and plate, get children. Interesting. Okay. In that case, let's see. For plate and plates, get children. Plate, get add. That doesn't work. So, interesting. And you can cast plate as plate to define child. Plate as plate. Do you mean up here? If plate is plate, like this, and then that.
Krokami just followed.
No. And hold on, let me get that name. Her Okami? Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. Welcome to confusion. Plate equals plate as plate. Oh, I've never heard of that before. That is new to me. Okay, let's see. So plates, get or add plate. And then plate, and then plate equal plate as plates. Cast plate as plate in the defined type. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. Okay, let's see. Plate equal plate. Okay, hold on. What if we do new plate equals plate, or you know what? I'm going to do something really duct tapey here. Super duct tapey. Very duct tapey. What if I do... Yeah, new variable. Yeah. I'm glad we're on the same page. Var, plate, list, plate, array. Hold on. Array of plate. Then we can go ahead and do... we'll equal the empty array. Then for plate and plate, get manager. All of you guys here, we can go ahead and do plate list dot append plate. Possibly. That you're okay with that, right? Like that? Okay. And then we switch out that plate list for you. Aha. Thank you for the help. And are we able to for plate as plate? I don't know what that means. That's new to me. What does it do? For plate as plate? That is a new one. Let's see. And wonder if plate manager.get children as plate? These are new things. Let's see. Hold on. I'd rather not make a new variable. So let's try. Go back to here and then go back here and do. Go you here and then, oh, what was it? Shift K? Nope. There's a button to go back in time. You, that one. Okay. So for plate in, let's see, plate manager.get children as plates? Like that? Is that how it works? For plate and plate manager get children as plate? And I think for plate, I think it's for plate. Do you need this? Hold on. These are new terms. For plate. And that's probably way too many ways to do it. Oh yeah, that's the fun part. There's a lot of ways to do it, but I'm wondering why, right? We have the solution here, but I'm really curious about this other solution. And gotta admit, you sounded rough but excited. I am confused, but I'm interested, as I never heard of this as. I don't usually do as. So let's see. Plate manager get children as plates. Plate manager get children as plates. So that didn't work. And then for plate manager get children. Plate as something here. No. And it's basically telling the language, trust me, it's this value, or this value is this type. Yeah, that makes sense. As I know if something is, I know the is keyword, not the as keyword. Okay, you know what? Godot, where's my documentation? Godot, for, as, keyword. What you got for me? Inferred as keyword versus, let me bring you to Exhibit A. Let's see what we have on here. What's the difference between you as object and you instantiate? The former will return null. Okay. What if I do as here? What do we get? Canvas. All of you guys. Okay, hold on. Let me with this guy here, and as will try to cast as this type. As is an operator, but will cast variables as the type you want, but will ensure that var is the type you want, otherwise null. Interesting. Okay, let me see if I can find another guy to look up. Inferred as. And is the as keyword the best way to explicitly derive? Wiki books. Never heard of that guy before. Interesting. Okay, and let me enable this guy here. Control F, as. Where's where my ass at? You. For load. Oh, it's right here. As doesn't seem to be on here. Interesting. But I've also never been to this website before. I'm gonna save it. Okay. Is the as keyword the best way to explicitly derive? Okay. Open up you. What are you saying? Okay. Where are we seeing as at? Sure, Godot does not have a function overloading. When components is another. Where are we seeing as at? If blank is. Yeah, I know the is, but not the as. Where are we seeing as at? GDScript reference. Yeah. Where are your as? As. Here we are. Cast value to given type if possible. But you don't give me an example, which is the shame part of this. I'm gonna have to maybe look into that after stream. As. As is an interesting one. And as is an operator that will cast. Oh, I did read that. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna look at that after stream. I would usually end here about now, but I want to keep working on it. I said this last time, but I want to keep working on this a little bit more. I'm really curious to see about this as thing. So I'm gonna save this for later so I can Google it on my own time. But let's see if we can wrap up it detecting things, and then we can call it a day. As now that I've noticed the word as, I hear myself saying it many times. I'll go ahead and undo you guys. And now we're adding all the plates onto here, and ads are doing their thing. So yeah, I think we can go on for like another 30 minutes. I would not mind. Usually end about here, but I'm having a lot of fun. It's always the learning new things that I really enjoy. And it's the thing of, I didn't know that. Interesting, how can I use this thing? Probably won't be able to use it now. And according to renowned writer Toby Fox, purple is the color of perseverance. Really? Yeah, I'm not surprised. But what's the color of stubborn? That's my question. I feel like it would be yellow, but it wasn't yellow justice, or was it honesty? I forget the color codes. Let me get some water though. And even your model can't keep it with your brain. No, you cannot. I told you. The other day we've had some storms, so it's been a thing of, lag. But I'm glad it's held out as much as it has. And let me get some water. Tasty. Now the question is, did I have any more coffee? I did. Lovely, though I think it's a little bit too hot. I turned back on the heater. So, heater, how are you holding up? Too hot? Too cold? Too hot. Too hot. Way too hot. We will reconvene, and not to be overbearing, no worries. But this is an example I use in a game. For nail in hand. Hold on, let me copy that. And I had a storm and gloom all week. Storms are fun and relaxing until they disrupt your, okay, hold on. Storms are great until they cause internet connections. Then it's not so good. So, for plate, and you're not being overbearing at all. Like I said, after stream, I was gonna look into it myself. So the fact you're able to help, I really do appreciate it. So that would be plate. Yep. So for plate in plate. What is the sorcery? Hold on. This and then this. Oh, that's weird. That is weird. Interesting, but weird. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need a Google on that. But thank you for taking the time to explain. So then all I have to do is like that. Yeah, I have never seen it structured like this before. So that's an interesting one. For plate, and then plate in plate. Huh. Are you gonna, oh, hold on, plate in. What happened to as? Where'd that guy go? It was here, and now it's not. there an as versus in, or is that something else entirely? And oh yeah, types, good one. And if it's weird, but it works, it's genius. Big brain. And so instead of a node, it casts the child as a plate. And this will throw an error if child is any other type. Okay, yeah, interesting. Yeah, I'm really curious about as now, as I know about in, but as, that is a new one. Okay. Alrighty, well, thank you. Welcome back from the ad break. Words, break. This is the solution here. For plate, then you do these guys here, and then plate and plate. Manager get children. Oh yeah. I'm really curious to see about if there's like a long video explanation. As usually, for me, I best get my information from hearing the words spoken aloud. So let's see. After this guy here, we then connect these guys. So after we add them, and then I can't express how insane the stream sounds as a non-programmer. Plates! As in the plate, on the plate, as the plate. Be the plate, see the plate. Oh man, let's see. So, add item. What we do then is, if not plates has plates, we return. And we'll return for both of these. Then, what we do is then say, plate. So plates, and then plate. And then we can go ahead and say, plate dot, and then current item. So we're assigning that in our dictionary to the item. And then for here on remove, as long as we know we have the plate, we can go ahead and do plates, plate this guy here, and just say remove. So we can go ahead and do this. And then here, and then we just say, this is null. Well, it'll be current item, I believe. I think, wait, A-okay, good to go. Yeah. You know, I think I'm seeing a pattern here. And when a pattern is seen, this is where we can merge them together, as it's the same thing. I think it would be better to just do func update, and then we can just say plate, plate, update plates, plates, update, plates on spellcasting desk, and then plate. And then we can just do this. Like this. So we don't have to do two functions. I really don't think that's necessary. And then we can just do this guy here, plate to check, and that can now be plate to check. And then we can do this guy here, plate to check, move you to plate to check, remove this guy here, remove this guy here, because we're always doing a check. So why not just do the check everywhere? And then there, and then we go back to our plates here. And instead of on item added, because again, we're doing the same exact thing, I don't really see a reason to separate these, at least for now. Maybe we'll find the reason later. For now, we just update it, because we have to check and reassign things anyway. And since we're doing the same thing, then it doesn't, I'm not really seeing the case for why we wouldn't. And said as is not a thing in for loop operators, just type via. Oh, sad. Oh, okay. Sad. As is not a thing in for loop operators, just type via. Oh, okay. So what you're saying is that this would be as for plate as plate in Plate Manager? Interesting. Okay. Maybe that's why things didn't come up when I was Googling it. Got ya. So it would just basically be instead for plate as. But because it's not a thing in for loops, you do the 2 dots instead. And I forget what those are called. And though your plates and platey and chaotic voice is half the insanity. Chaos. So again, the insanity here is staying sane. And yep, got ya. Thanks for explaining. Thank you. Good. Okay, so saying that, right? Again, we don't need any of these guys. We just need you here, and we do you, and this. All we need. And we don't need any of this. Add or remove. It doesn't need to be the case. And, yep. So all we have to do is do update plates on spellcasting desk. And if not plate has plate, so check to make sure we have the plate. If we have the plate, we set the current item, as the current item will be null if it needs to be. As, let me just double check, the check comes afterwards. Yep. As we set it to null, so if it's null, not null, doesn't matter. We do it at the end, so it'll update itself. We go back to this guy here, and expected, why are you angry? Update, yeah. expected after function declaration. Wow. Oh, I see. Of course. Silly me. There we go. And just delete all code. Start all over. Oh man. Let's see. Okay. So we set the plate. And then what we do is we want to go through and check. We have these guys here. Has product. Bool equals false. Now, how do we do this? And this code isn't pure. Cleanse it. Oh man. Flavor amount. We'll set the flavor amount as an int equal to 0. And then we'll do var flavor, well no, not var, const. Flavor max. And we'll set this as an int equal to 2. And then what we'll do is, on our update, so on all of this guy here, we will set flavor amount equal to 0. Start off with that. So flavor amount equal to 0. And then what we can do, I think, is do just another check. I feel like that's fine. So flavor amount equals 0 and has product equals false. And then from here, we can go through the plates. And what we can say is, if for item in plates, I forget how to do it. Looping through a dictionary. Okay, I believe it is for plate in plates. Hold on. Plates. Plates is a dictionary. Yep. And then what we can then do, if, and then if, and I don't like how it's plates and plates. That might have to be changed. Let's see. If plates, plate, and then equal, hold on. I feel like what would make this easier is having it as some sort of type, or saying, for example, like a switch case maybe instead. Possibly. I want to make sure it's clear to read. So for example, for plate and plates, then what we'll do is do a var and do item, and it'll be an item equal to plates. And maybe then we don't have to do a switch case. And let's see, there's already a parameter named plates. Plate to check. There you are. And if plates has plate to check, return not plates. And then what we can do here is do plates. Yep. Plates equal place to check, plate to check. There you go. Okay, it's happy now. From here, what we can say is if, and then item dot type equal, and then we can do, and plate is plate. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's getting a little confusing. And then when it gets confusing, that's when you know you should probably change it. And then we can do icon dot, and then we can say flavor and
Generative.
Is that how you say it? Tell me if I'm wrong. I am not beyond correcting. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So let's see. If item type equals icon dot flavor, or icon dot type dot flavor, then we'll go ahead and do flavor amount plus equal 1. Elif, and then we'll go ahead and say if it equals you, then we just set the true. And you need plate. Oh no! Plate. Let's see. And for here, elif, and like this here, and then elif, you here, and if you are a product. So, I believe we're called a product. Do I not call you a product? Do I call you a dish instead? Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. Product versus dish. This is like a component. Maybe it would be better to say dish component, but again, wording can always be changed. For now, we'll keep it what it is. Then we'll say here, and says, has product equals true. Like that. And I feel kind of platey about all this. Platitude. And from here, right, we reset everything, and then we check. I think that's good, right? We check, we update all the plates. And then what we can say is, here, can spellcast. So, for our can spellcast guy, we can go ahead and uncomment all of you here. And then what we can say is, if, you know what? Let's do this as well. Go back into plates here, and if can spellcast is true, what we can do is have the colors change to red. And I hate pointing out, but no worries, check. Place the plate where plates are placed. Oh, you're just hurting my brain more now. Place the plate where plates are placed. Oh, that's terrible. Oh man, did I miss any more? Let me just double check. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're okay. And do you have your cups in the cupboard? That just sounds really weird altogether. What I want to do is go back to plates. Plate. And then plate, GD. No, we're looking for the plate scene. As I just want to check this. Whenever we do the check, so we could possibly always do the check. I don't think that's bad. So our color rectangle, and then our color here. So we'll go ahead and say copy, access this unique name, and then we'll have on here, and then do here, and then on ready var, and then we'll go ahead and do var for empty color. So const actually, it should be fine. Const, and then empty color. And let's go ahead and do empty color. We'll set it equal to this guy here. So grab you. I should be able to copy this color here. Oh no, I forget. How do you copy in hex colors? Empty color, color equals color, like that, or like this, I think. And then from here, we also have filled color, and then can spellcast. Can spellcast color, and then let's see, can't spellcast color. And the can't one is supposed to represent if everything is full and you've tried it. So everything is full. Yeah, that makes sense. So saying that, let's go ahead and have you here, and let's just do like a little red. Yeah, that color here is fine for our red. So can't spellcast shall be you here, can't spellcast. Go ahead and modify you. And then for our can spellcast color, let's set it to like a purple. That should be fine to do. So go ahead and copy you here. And then let's see, filled color, let's just set you to green. I think that's A-okay to go. So something like this. Yep. And then from here, let's go ahead and reset the color back. So script here, filled color, and then empty color. Let's make sure we set you to you. And do you here. Okay, lovely. Oh, hold on. That didn't work. You should be you. Enter. There we are. Okay. And for here, now, do we want to do like a change color or anything like that? I think it's fine. I think it's okay. Use item interact. Yeah. Okay. So saying all of that, let's go back into our spellcasting desk and then can spellcast. Now, one can make the argument that these guys shouldn't live here. And to that argument, I say, yeah. Because the plate doesn't need to know what it's being used for, right? And what program is this? Hi, Iman. Welcome to stream. This is Godot, G-O-D-O-T. I'm using the latest version, so Godot 4. And currently working on a rhythm typing cafe game. And right now, we're trying to make it so in my game, we have these little plates here. And in order to create food, you need to have the recipe. So right now, we're trying to create a way for you to detect when you can create the recipe. or trying to make a way for you to know when you have all the ingredients on the table to activate the recipe. That's what I'm doing currently. So the colors here, we want them to do different things depending on where you're at. And so it's not a place for the plate. Ah! Tongue twisters and stretch. Sure. Great idea, especially considering we're going a little over time. So go a little to the right, a little to the left, a little to the back, and a little to the front. There we are. Lovely. Thank you for that redeem. Now do a backflip. Do a flip. Fortunately, I used to be in gymnastics, but backflip? Backflip? Let's see. Let me go ahead and do this guy here. And do this here. So then what we can say is, do the flop. Everybody do the flop. So let's see. What we can say is, right, so back up here to our update plates, if the flavor amount, so plate current item, if plate to check current item equal null, null.
Diego Santos
1958 is that how you say it?
Just followed.
Thank you for the follow. And welcome to stream. Welcome into a plate. So if it's null, we'll go ahead and set it to empty color. So something like this. So plate to check dot color rectangle dot color equals this. Else we'll set the color to filled. So like this. There we are. And now that's stuck in my head. Thanks, man. Let's see. I'll go here and do filled color, so the color will be filled. If it's empty, it'll send it empty. If it's full, it'll send it full. And when we do spellcast, so what we'll say is, and do you prefer GDScript or C++? GDScript, hands down. From all the time I spent in C++, now I've never made a game in C++, but I just think back to the days of memory allocation and pointers on Godot is so simple, it's so sweet. I can't really complain. Let's see. So can spellcast. If can spellcast, we'll go ahead to this and then pass else. So anytime it's updated, then we do the can spellcast down here. And then for plates and plates, we don't need to do any of this anymore. What we can just say is if return, or if if has product equal if not has product, return return false. And then if this isn't false, we then return flavor amount equal to flavor max. There we are. So this will either return true or false. Let's go ahead and remove all of these guys. And also, what is do? What do you mean? So let's see. Can spellcast is here, right? And then if we can spellcast, we'll set everything. And I'm hearing plenty of plates in there. And let's see. Return has product and flavor amount equal flavor max. Oh, true. Hold on. Return and. Thank you for that one. For me, at least, booleans can sometimes be a little bit confusing. But that works out great. And it's also a thing of, do you just make a bool or do you make a function? For me, I feel like the function's a little bit nicer. You could just do a bool up here for can spellcast equals so-and-so. So it's a thing. I feel like maybe I'll use can spellcast outside of this update. So that's why I'm not doing a variable. I'm doing it as a function. However, again, it's gonna be the thing of future-proofing that does not need future-proofing. Could be. Thank you for the suggestion, though. So let's see. And if you can spellcast, then what we do is 4 plates in 4 plate in plates. Actually, let's not do that. Let's do pass. Then let's do 4 plates. 4 plates. Oh, hold on. If can spellcast. If, and then we can say, if plates are filled, that's what I want to check first. And I do that. My dude, huh? What do you mean? Right. So what I want to check is also function for, and then filled plates are full, something like that. Full. And for here, bool, like that. And, or you can do the best of both worlds and getters and setters. It's basically a variable that acts like a function. I love getters and setters. I haven't done it for Godot, but I did when I was doing C++ enjoy getters and setters. Those were fun. I'm not sure how I want to do the composition of this code, as there's many ways to do it. And I don't want to do it too neat, but I also don't want to do too duct-tapey. So for now, we'll just keep them as the functions that are separate. And need be, we could just move the functions into variables in the code itself. So plates are full, returns a bool. And then 4 plates in plate manager, or plates, 4 plates in plates. 4 plate in plates. There we are. If, let's see, if plate dot, and then current item, if plate dot current item equal null, then we can go ahead and return, hold on, there we are, return false. Otherwise, we return true. And then here, for our plates are full. If the plates are not full, we don't do this check spellcast. So if plates are not full, if not full, we don't go down here. If not full, we can go ahead and just return. Otherwise, we'll do the check to see if we can spellcast. And there are plenty places for pretty plates, and all I hear is in the And hi Classy, welcome to stream. Yup, Godot, and I appear. Welcome Zero. Hello. And there are plenty places for pretty plates, and all I hear in plethora of petty pain. Petty pain. My tongue will not recover. So if the plates aren't full, we don't continue. And if can spellcast. So if we can spellcast, and I just realized, does Godot have its own language? Yep. It's GDScript. People have said it's similar to Python, but it's not quite Python. I come from a background of C++, so it's all new to me. But people have said it's most comparable to Python, but it's called GDScript, its own language. Yep. So let's see. If we can spellcast, then we'll go ahead and let's see. Var color, and we'll set color to color. And yeah, var color. How about yeah, I feel like it's fine. Var color equal, and we'll set it to right now for color dot white. And then if we can spellcast, we'll set color equal to, and then we can set it to can spellcast. Otherwise, we'll set color equal to, and then this is what we'll do. Otherwise, set color to, let's see, spellcast, can spellcast. There we are. And you should delete the plates and just use the table. Well, the thing is, it's really double plating. I'm calling them plates since you put stuff on them, but the food itself does have plates underneath it already. So then we do for plate in plates. We'll then do plate dot, and then color rectangle dot color equals color. There we are. Something like that. I feel like works out well, right? So we have, if the plates aren't full, but again, let's see if it works. This is the idea here. But I don't know. And color zero. How dare you? And I hate when color is a keyword because I spell it in the British way and it doesn't work. I've never had that issue, but I can see why it's tricky. I wonder if there's a setting you could do to change it to be the British way of saying it. There's some U in there, I think, right? And color of the color that colored the color that needed to be colored the colored. My head. Oh man. Okay. Let's see if this works. I'm super curious. We're going over time, but it's because I think we can get this, what is it? Not indication, but detection system. I really think we can do it. So, back in here. Everything is white. Let's go ahead and put down sweet. You go. Why are you angry? If item.type is icon.type. Item.type is icon.type. Hold on. Icon.type. Why angry?
VMM 2211 just followed.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And man, chat, how does Eris do 4 hours of this level of energy? Hopefully it won't be 5 hours. But as I said before, I speak really fast. I get very excited because it's fun. I'm enjoying myself. As long as I'm enjoying myself and I'm not getting too tired, it will reach a point where my mind is just bleh. And I have to take a break from looking at all this code and thinking. But for right now, I can go a little bit longer. For right now, at least. And it's Engie because plate is null, I think. Oh, I see. Hold on. Very good point. Let's see. Interactable screen. Yep, I'm seeing a lot of errors and values and errors. Okay, you know what? It's okay. I understand. It's okay. We can get through this, you and I, plate. Let's go back into not item, not okay. For plate is plate. Update plates and spellcasting table. Ooh, You're saying plate is null? And wish you good rest after stream. Thank you, Check. I am probably going to pass out. And then wake up. And then go back to sleep. So thank you for that. It's a lot of just on and off. And you just took 3d4 psychic damage. I'm no wizard, and graphics card leaked. Chat, GTX 1660Ti. I never know what to look at when I see these guys. I'm not a computer person, so I would never know what the good stuff is. And you don't say! And my ADHD hyperfocus sends me to super haxer mode, but eventually it collapsed into nap time EP mode. That sounds about right. So they're not everything or nothing. And I did read that. Good, good. Okay. So, why... You're saying because the plates are empty? Is that it? Utility update, but we only check the plates when the plates are initialized, right? And you missed my... Oh, hold on. Going up. Just curious, how many monitors? Oh, 3. 1, 2, 3. And print the plate dictionary before the for loop. Sure. Let's see. Let's go back up to you here. Print plates. Print plates. And do that there. Yep. Do you think it's because of this guy here for the ready? Possibly. We'll see. And by the way, in Unity, something is weird. It's called color, but the main script inherits from mono behavior, and it's not called mono behavior. I have no idea these magical words you speak of. I know nothing of Unity, so this whole mono behavior, I have no idea what that means. Sounds interesting though. Okay, grab you. Move you here. What are we seeing? Yeah, okay. Plate null. Okay. So why is it angry though? Can't get this call functioned. What? Null should be fine because we're checking if it's null, right? And it's about the color versus color. Shaking my head. I see. got ya. And I did read that. Good. Okay. So plate does exist, right? But we're getting a lot of errors here. I'm curious to see if we go up here, what happens? And man, it's great seeing new names be so active. The cult is growing. There is no cult. I assure you. I'm curious to see about this. If I just say you don't exist, are you happy then? And go to Unity to learn to find out more. I'm too lazy. Eventually, I'd love to give Unity a try, but for right now, I'm sticking to one program, and that would be Godot. And let's see, well, one engine. That's a better way to say it, right? It doesn't like this. It does not enjoy this guy here. So, I will work at this guy later. Let's see if my duct tapey way of just making it array. So, var templates, and then go ahead and do array of plate, and then go ahead and set it to equal empty, and then for plate in plates. Let's see, for plate in plates, gonna go ahead and do dot get children, get underscore children. And if you were real, you would use SDL. I do remember SDL. I don't remember what it stood for, but I remember being a part of CSS, C++, I believe. I think. I do. Those words sound familiar, but it's been a few years since I've been in college. So let's see. For plates and plates, get children. And then templates dot append plate. Plate. And then let's go ahead and just do you here, and then you here, and then go ahead and remove you here. And let's see. Plate. Plate manager, get children. Like that. And then for plate in temp plates. So you try this instead. Do we still get errors? Oh, why are you angry? Oh, I see. In. There you are. Lovely. Okay. Click play. What do we get? What do we see? What am I getting? Okay, levels? Okay, yeah. It's something to do with that guy, but it seems to not have an issue. And considering you come from a C++ background, does that imply you've used Unreal at all in the past, or is it unrelated? I think my issue was when I was in college, they started us in C++ and on Visual Studio, so I programmed everything I did in Visual Studio. And I think it was about 2 or 3 years in where we still weren't using any type of engine. And since we were only using Visual Studio, so using the console, thought to myself, I want to work in an engine. So I left and I decided to try Godot. I haven't tried any of the other ones, but I would assume had I kept going with school, I think they would have eventually let me try out different engines, is my guess. I think C++ is the standard practice for games, if I'm not mistaken. And I could interpret it sticking to one engine as it's better to be stabbed by one sword than many of them. I try my best to, I don't want to be a one-trick pony, but I do want to try a few things here and there. And hi, Classy, by the way. Welcome to stream, and welcome to you as well, Necro. And wait, you're a dropout? I dropped out of college. I couldn't take it. It was way too stressful, so I dropped out and started learning on my own. It's been way better sense. And can't even code perfectly without making errors and subbed. And I did read that. And C++ is still the big one professionally, especially when a studio has its own engine. Yeah, that makes sense. I was going to school for game development, so it doesn't surprise me that C++ is still the big one, 100%. My thing was just, I wanted to do an engine, and Visual Studio, it didn't give me that feel. I wanted to work around with games, and I did make games, but they weren't engine games. And how long did you study for? At least 2 to 3 years. It's been a second, so I don't remember, but I was in college for 2 to 3 years. And I'm back. What are you coding now? We are about to see if the detection system works. So the idea is that if I put this guy down, it should go green. Welcome to Programming 101. And let's see. Wait, can I ask how old are you if you don't mind? I do quite mind. All you need to know is that I am, I am yes years old, and I think you're on the right path, and I wish you the best on your game journey. Thank you, the triangle. Yeah, okay. I think this is a good place to end it too. I wanted to go to about 5:30. An item is null, it says. Var item is plates. If, oh, hold on. If item not equal, if item equal item yeah, equal no return yeah hold on hold on, and you can't know it didn't go green. Hold on. Okay, go back here. You just know. Yay! Look at it. Thank you. I was gonna sit down for a little bit longer. So we have cookie, right? Let's grab another cookie, and let's grab a flavor. So it should turn red, and your plates are not in the list probably. No, it was the fact that I was trying to check something that was null. Oh man, it's always the little things. And hi, by the way, is it CPTA Watts? Welcome to stream. And yep. Thank you. And that sounds like a goodbye message. The triangle, so I hope you have a lovely time. Okay, put this down. It should go red, is the hope. And cookies for lunch? What madness. This is a cafe. We serve all sweet treats and delights. And good, it went red, right? So now I pick it back up. It should go back to original colors. Interesting. That can be changed, but the good news is it's doing the thing. So what I would have to do is I would have to put down the sweet guy, pick up the cookie, get rid of the cookie, and then put down a flavor. So let's go back here, get on to another sweet. Purple, it's working. Good, it's a little funny still. For example, this here, these guys need to change color, but the overall picture is there. That's good. And you like bitter cookies? Oh no. Well, I mean, I like coffee cookies, so, you know, as long as it's not too bitter. I'm more of a bittersweet type of person. And this problem is why I like strongly typed languages. They scream at you for that? Yeah. The stronger the warning, or the stronger the error, the better for me. But thank you. And I'm really happy. We have this guy here now. We need UI menu things. Truth be told, I think if I take a break, I can keep going with development. So let me go back into this guy here. I will keep working on this today. I try my best to work on my game throughout the week. Sometimes it doesn't happen, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on my health. However, I'll go ahead and do this! !DISCORD. There we are. And errors using strong spoken language. Strong. Let me move you here. Put you back here. I will continue working on this game. If you'd like to just, on the Discord, as I just linked there, and I wish you looked one. Thank you, Chuck. On the Discord there, and I have been on the stream for a total of 2 minutes, and I'm already excited to watch. Hi, Frostbeashy. Shame you came at such a time when I'm ending, but welcome, and thank you to. Oh, hold on, let me check the name. The Ghost Lol, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. And are there good memes on the Discord though? There's a few. I was saying, I do have these voice channels, and on there, they're study voice channels. So if you just like to watch me do development there, as I try my best to do development daily, so I'll tell you when I'm studying, and then if you want to study along, you can do that as well. And hi, Karudisicle, is that how you say it? And have been watching for a while, love the vibes, can't look at plates the same way. Can't believe I scarred someone over plates. Hopefully, it's not a bad way. man. Saying that, hopefully, the hope is I will finish up the system this week. So if you'd like to get the latest up-to-date things, I'll send out a notification when it's complete on Discord, and then we'll go from there. If you're on Twitch currently, consider sticking around. I'd love to find someone to raid. We'll go from there. If you're also new here, as I see a lot of new faces, I am a game developer. I try my best to do my channel focusing on all aspects of games. So I play games, I make games, I do voice acting by playing games, I also program games, and I also do the art and music of games, things like that. So tomorrow we'll be studying how to draw pixel art water, and the day after that we'll be playing Deltarune. So if that's of interest to you, consider sticking around. Otherwise, this week will end the stream development, and as I said before, I'm going to go to the end screen for YouTube, as I'm also multi-streaming on YouTube. And if you're on Twitch, consider sticking to come back to the screen, as I like to find people to raid. Raiding's always very fun. And Alex and Live, we can read them again. I try my best to read new people, but if I can't find anyone, we can always go with the backups. And so thank you for the follow, CPTA Watt. Thank you. And I did read that. Oh no. We'll look at a plate and start singing lines of code. So ones and zeros from here. So again, I'll go to the end screen, and if you're still here, we'll rate someone. But I hope you all have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. I had a lot of fun. I'm super excited. It's always really motivating, but even if it's not working quite, it's working, right? So saying that, I hope to see you all soon, all right? I can never find the button, but yeah.
I am Anna just followed.